Oh, hi Terry. And how have you been? Still a little on the cold side. I think I'll turn this on for a tiny moment, just to warm my feet. So, how have you been, Terry? I have a lot done on this. There's still a good bit of decorating left. Hi Papa. And how have you been? 2 hours. Yeah, that's roughly what I get. What time is it now? I had 2 hours 40 minutes. Yeah, just before I came on. I'm probably earlier that day, another 2 hours and maybe a half as well. Yeah, I can't seem to sleep any more than maybe 3 tops. Depends. Yeah, if you don't get well, I bet for a decade that's been happening to me. Even if you manage to get 8 hours, if you get it in bits and pieces, it's not the same. You'll always feel tired. Lie down, relax. You should be okay. Your body will sleep when it needs to. Just a matter of getting back into the groove on that one. Nice. Oh, nice. Scribe nut. Ah. It doesn't sound... Oh, the amount of stress your laptop was under? Yeah? It's not frying anymore. Yeah. I've seen my sons do it. They've got some tools. It's like an air compressor thingy. Just blowing the dust out from the keyboard and, opening it up and taking all of the junk out of it. I got my Xbox. Yeah, we did that about a week ago. Yeah, I noticed that I only had it on maybe about an hour. It was running pretty hot. I said, okay, what's going on here? And I didn't notice, and I looked at the back where the fan intake was. Dust and dog hair. Literally just stopped the air intake. So we managed to take a ton of it out. But he brought some of those air gun things, and we got it all out. Ton of it. Well, pets. Hair gets everywhere and it's very fine. Yeah, a lot, yeah. Dust everywhere, yeah. With dog hair, what happens is it really kind of weaves in to like a kind of, how could I put it? Almost like a burned fabric. Yeah. The heat then from the laptop and from the console will kind of give it a kind of brown, kind of fluffy texture. It mixes in the dust. Well, dust is basically tiny pieces of skin. So you've got that skin, and you've got those tiny hairs, and it all in a kind of mesh. Yeah. It's pretty much like if you're cleaning out your fish tank. After a long time. You get to the bottom of it, you've got to drain it out. There's that kind of, almost like a kind of a fungus kind of thing that's floating. Yeah, it kind of looked like that. Yeah? But you'll pick up those compressors cheap, I think, on Amazon. What was it my son said he gave? It was like very cheap, like $20 or something. Yeah. He did it for free anyway. Nice. But it's kind of nice to have it there. You can give the, at home, give the keyboard, a bit of a... My keyboard could do the... Yeah. Who cares? This thing is older than I am. It was huge, yeah. You'll get a nice compact one. But especially when it comes to consoles, you need to get the air vents and that. as well. I'm surprised the amount of junk, you know, because it's always dusted, it's kept clean, but I didn't see the inside. You see the fan intake where it drags the air in, it acts more like a hoover as well, it's only really fine particles. They should, in logic, kind of pass through, but then with fine dog hair, kind of creates like a kind of strainer inside. Now, okay. Let me just get something to drink and then we're off. We'll try and get through this season, well, quick. We're stuck here for about, what, an hour before the season is over. We still have our rounds to do. Let's see if we can do something as well. I can try some of the decorating. I pretty much closed this down, Papa. I'm on the last stage now of decorating. What I've been doing this time is kind of doing it in sections. I've done a lot of work on this when I wasn't streaming. I haven't been back to it for a while because of No Man's Sky. You know, the few days we spent on that, so it gave me about a weekish on this. Is this what it looks like now? Well, from the map point of view, anyway. There we go. That's the finished job. That's a biggie. I wouldn't believe how complicated that was. It doesn't look much now in the winter. I've been working on this end, doing it out in sections. I think I've got everything done here with that stuff, haven't I? Yeah. I'll let those guys do their thing. I gotta collect some junk anyway. I finished this one. It only looks its best in the summer when everything is blooming. Looks much different. I've been working on that area down there, but all of the centre is done. A lot of new fuels in, ton of new houses, and all of the production and all of the other stuff I need. All of the orchards are in. Basically, you know, all of that stuff is done. Well, you know, in his defence, the UK can be quite cold this time of year, from November onwards, Terry. You know, maybe he's like me. Maybe his blood pressure isn't great and he can feel the cold much more. So I want to concentrate on this end in spring and see if I can start getting the bric-a-brac in, but this is 100% finished here. You wouldn't believe the amount of time it takes to get these pieces in. Yeah, and the last of these. Yeah, there was none of this here before, so I've got all of these in. All of the side ones. Takes forever doing this kind of stuff. It's kind of fun to get it done at the end. Yeah, but as I said, during the summer, well, especially this summer, it looks much different. Now, let's grab up our junk and we'll get going. The kind of stuff that was getting produced all through last season, we'll just pick it up now and we'll give us something to sell. This time I went with 2 wells because I'm gonna get that other production up and running as well. You use a lot of water. Could run both of them at 50%, and then if we needed more, we could easily up it. Now, let's see. Oh, this stuff. Right. Let's get that out of the way. Well, we can take our time now doing this. Before I would just race on because we can't really build with this snow. Can't see the ground properly. So, we should have enough clay now. I upped it a little bit. I'll eventually move to these areas, finishing off the decorating. Yeah, we'll get it done. I've only put the clay up to 20% because they'll fill up the whole settlement in one season if I don't watch it. Once I'm nearly finished, I'll tune it down to just exactly what we need. Especially when I get the guys in production on the inn. Just probably give them the bare minimum to do. Still never got around to doing these yet. Oh, we'll get there. Right out of clay. Fair enough. Oh, hi Max. And how have you been? What have you been up to? You're back on Medieval Dynasty. I've done a lot of the stuff I need to do. But it's still a surprising amount of time I need to put into this. It's always at the end. Building up the settlement is one thing. Getting the layout and getting it decorated, that's quite another thing. So how have you been, Max? But this is the layout we got in the end. That's my settlement there. We get tad on the big side. We should be able to see it properly once spring comes. Winter is not a great time for viewing. Everything looks so white. This is the junk we can sell. Usually just keep 100 of each. That's a lot of junk. Oh, this should be okay. They should be able to catch up with this if I leave them 100 meat. We've got 4 hunters out. Now, let me just get this one. We should be off. Oh yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine, Terry. Nice. Yeah, pretty decent. Pretty decent. Yeah, I've had a decent day. You know, one of those days where I wasn't in too much agony. You gotta love those days. Yeah, pretty good day. No, that's the food out of the way. Eventually, when this is nearly done, I'll fine-tune this settlement, so I'll just produce You know, maybe just a tiny bit more than it needs and then we're good. Okay, that was quick. Now, I don't think there's much here to collect, to be honest. But the wall is, it's out of control. Yeah, I'm like a kind of bad guy from a movie. I usually only keep 1,000 and even that's way too much. If I don't do this every season, I fill up real quick. Because I haven't got all my workers in place and I haven't maxed out the population in my houses. Obviously, I'm not sure how much of this stuff I'll need to keep it going properly. Let me have a look. Yeah, I think we're good. What's the weight limit like? Yeah, pretty decent. Yeah, let me just have a look at these. Oh, the flour. Always get rid of that. I don't use that at all. Yeah, I'll pick up the slack on the next season. Right, let's go. As we go through the seasons in this, our top priority is picking up quests from... Oh yeah, this is the son of the character. And he now has a son. Speaking of that, let's see. We'll just check on them before we go. This is a new guy I got from a quest. He's ancient, but I've almost got him maxed out. There's still a bit of work to do on him. She's almost done as well. Yeah, I've passed a good few years on this since I was last on. Now we are ready to go. What time is it in game? Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Okay. We can sleep outside. Yeah, I've still got to do this area. I've got the other two entrances done. Leaving that till spring, so I can have a good look at it. There. Now we'll do our run. There's nothing we really need. We're actually building everything we need. So to fill the time when we get back, there's something I wanted to eventually do with the smaller houses inside. Don't ask me why I picked that. And that will kill the time until we get to 3 days in this season. Well, each day is about, what, 12 hours. Yeah, each day is about 24 minutes. Let me see. We wake up at, what is it? 7, isn't it? So, yeah, 12 hours. About 12 hours. So about 24 minutes a day. Got most of this day done as it is. Well, let's see, did we lose any animals? I think we did. Okay, we need a cow. Is there a bull in there? Just a cow, actually. Yeah, just one cow. Oh, we don't even have to be to buy anything. Just get rid of this the best we can.
Hope to see you soon.
Obviously prioritizing the food. We don't want to keep that for another season. There's one thing I haven't got, a poppy field. If I have room, I think I'll squish in one of those. Not that we use it, but still.
Farewell.
And the only thing I'm interested from these guys is maybe a couple of maple seeds. I can use the smaller maple tree A. It's not too bad as a kind of filler here and there because it's much shorter than the other trees.
Greetings.
It's not such an eyesore from the air. Once you get the spring, I'll show you what I mean. Oh, he hasn't got any. Right. Oh, yeah. It's possible, but it's very, very rare. Sometimes you'll get settlers you can invite to your village and they're quite old. Very early in this playthrough, I seen one that was actually 50. But I've got a guy, but because he was a quest NPC, I brought him in. I think he's like 48 or 49. I'm looking for a partner for that guy. But it would have to be a kind of a within 10 years. So here he is. You know, if I want them to be, you know, kind of successful. Where is it? Yeah, there he is. There. They're worth it because of the unique names. So yeah, I would need a lady at least 40 for this guy. But to be honest, I think I'll never find anyone for him. Once someone passes away, one of the males, older males, I'll probably be able to manage him then. No. I don't seem to be getting the older settlers anymore. No, Microsoft keeps spamming me to take an update. Oh, I hope I remember once I finish streaming to turn it back on again and get... Well, once I turn it off, the second I turn it back on, I get a forced update from them.
I consider upgrading my wagon. How is life treating you?
Okay. I'll get through this quite quick. Let me turn this heater off for a moment. I just put it on for a moment for my feet. There.
Let me show you my wares.
Oh, see how long that food will last before it runs out on these guys. 26, really. Yeah, he's not too bad. He's very, very tired all the time, Max. But he's really, really old. This coming March, he'll actually be 13. Which for that specific dog breed is very, very old. Their average lifespan, it's around 10. You know, that they could even, you know, pass away at 8. So he's had a good run. But he's doing quite good, thanks for asking. Yeah, I got him some antibiotics and stuff like that, so yeah, he's a survivor. Oh, for you it's not showing up on Twitch, is it? Is that what you're saying, Terry? Oh, Max. This is Aggro. Yeah. That's his name, Max. Yeah. It's... You know, I'm just calling him a different name than what his tag is showing. Much like, let's say, with Granny Vats, you know, I call her blonde. Yeah, if that's what you mean. Okay, where is this guy? Yeah. I was wondering what you meant there for a moment.
From the throne, or if somebody... Welcome! Another client! Welcome!
Okay. Now. Yeah. We'll give him some eggs. That'll be good.
It's nice seeing you.
Yeah. And got new guys. Probably out of luck. Looks like he's gonna be a bachelor.
How can I
And if
help
we
you?
find him a widow. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it is getting very late, isn't it? Let's see if we can find a place to sleep after this. I want to say a cow. Okay, we'll pick them up in the main town. A cow. Okay.
Ah, another client. Welcome.
We've got a lot of junk, don't we? Here, we've got a lot of eggs as well.
It was nice.
I'm an
seeing
experienced
you.
traveler, but a shy one. I only travel with
Greeting.
nobody.
Another client. Welcome. Have a good
Right, we are good to go. It's only the likes of what's that called again?
Oh, it's you again.
Ornica. There's a ton of vendors there. Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's been with me since he was, a puppy. Just a month old. This is the time, where, how could I put this? Kind of time you've been dreading, You have a friend for so long and, a certain thing is inevitable. But I've always, kept pets, especially dogs, since I was about 12. My dad and his granddad and that. Well, they're all guys anyway.
You trade is in my
Yeah, we'll have to
nature.
sleep after this one, guys, I'd say. $2.5. That will do. Now, where is your friend?
Should compare the prices in other villages.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, sometimes NPCs will disappear from this game, we'll see. He doesn't seem to be here. Okay, we'll sleep outside of town anyway. There he is. Norbert. Oh, sugar. Norbert, you are an awkward one. Come here, you.
Ah, trade is in my nature.
There, done.
Farewell.
Yeah, we'll sleep out here and we'll get that. We'll get that wagon to the next one. We're almost at the halfway stage. There's a lot of villages in this map, let's say, compared to the Oxbow map. There, we're done. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely, I fully agree. Max? But it's never easy, is it, letting go? You know, even though they're just pets, it's maybe not as serious, you know, maybe as, you know, other human beings and stuff, but it's what makes us human. And introducing kids to pets, you know, when they're young, it teaches them a lot, you know, about empathy and responsibility as well. You remember that saying, that quote, Max? How does it go again? Grief is the price we pay for love. It's a very, very human thing. Yeah? Oh, Croc will be here for a while yet, I'd say.
Oh, it's you again.
That's fun. I think I'm wasting my time looking for a partner for this guy, but yeah, the highest I can get is about 30-ish. Okay. We've got one bachelor then in the village.
Welcome. Let me show you my wares.
Okay.
It was nice
No.
seeing you.
How do you do? I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Take care.
Well, that was quick. Right. Now, that was the halfway mark. There's 10 villages and towns. That was number 5. We'll get through the other 5 pretty quick. Once we get back, then we can just get a check on our villagers, and to kill the time we'll do a little bit of internal decorating. I've done a lot of it, but there's still a bit that needs to be done. Gastovia. It is. It is. It is absolutely uplifting. The world needs more, to be honest. You know, it doesn't matter if you're in person or, you know, on the internet or whatever the case may be. Yeah? But I see with each successive generation, Max, though, the social ties we have beginning to weaken. But I'm sure other generations have had the same. It's just a cycle. We kind of go through. Social media has had a big impact, I suppose, from the kind of Zennials, generation onwards. Eventually, as a species, we'll get our act together. We have been improving over the centuries. It's just we can expect a few bumps on the way, I suppose. Now, let's do this. Yeah, I hit winter in this game. Out from doing my little run here and maybe some inside decorating here. Kind of stuck here for 3 days. Yeah, that's about as old as I can find them. It's strange because at the beginning of this game they were fit for a retirement home.
How are everything you
Ooh. Let me see. I'll give you some flour. Okay, well, I'll have to start selling them too shortly once we get enough of this junk out. Oh, there's 4 NPCs in this we can sell to. Yeah, we'll start now. Edwin. You son of a gun.
Can I help?
Now, if he's got a maple seed, I'll pick it up, but other than that... There we go. You never know. We might need it. You sleep better. It might be some kind of audio thing. I tend to speak with a very low pitch, but it's common enough in my area. But obviously, because of extensive travel, my accent has, how could I put this? Evened a bit, But to be honest, there's not a real strong accent in the Midlands, anyway, regardless. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, why not? We'll get done with this. So we're pretty good on here. Let's see. Okay. There.
Oh, goodbye, dear.
Now let me see. I got the other vendor, didn't we? Where's the where's she gone? Ah, there she is. We get that. Okay. Not that. And I think there's one more. It's one of these two. I think it's the old guy. No, it's her. Okay. That's it, we're pretty good. Oh, we need a cow, don't we? Yep, that's a cow as well. We're good to go.
What can I best prices?
Yep, we've got everyone. Let's go. Yeah, we should get through these ones pretty quick. Yeah, we used a bit of time we have left to do some decorating inside. I used to do this a lot on Oblivion, the BGS game. Oblivion is not really a building game, but it would give you a ton of houses. You know, get silver stuff and stuff you could display. Very interactable. And I would kind of decorate the houses, although in Oblivion it was much harder because the items were badly designed. You know, they were top heavy. Very hard to push into place. It settles you down, yeah? Now, yeah, I'm drinking a lot of liquids as well because of that stupid medication I'm on. Yeah, I remember, Lee. You don't chat with that toxic nonce anymore. That you remember that guy? My God, he was something unbelievable, horrible human being by any standard. He was a guy that would put trolls to shame. He's blocked. Oh, he really had some kind of serious mental disorder. Imagine bragging about being a nonce. I couldn't take him anymore. Some serious character flaws on that guy. No one's perfect, but that guy, oh my God. Yeah, a dangerous individual. He's a guy that's gonna have a very, very lonely life ahead of him. But it won't make a difference to him because he won't realize it, he won't see it anyway. You know the old saying, what you never had, you never missed. It astounds me sometimes how people can live an entire lifetime and they're nothing, zero. All it requires is to see and not look, you know?
How are you?
There's certain character types you'll come across, Terry, in your lifetime. And he's probably the worst kind. Oh my, he was horrible. Waste of human skin. Yeah, well that's absolutely good. But remember what I told you when you're feeling really low, there's organizations you can reach out to. You know, there are people that would be going through the things that you're going through. They're quite good. Some people, how could I put this? Some people, let's say, when they're on the precipice, when they know their time is up, when they start to feel their how could I put this? Their mortality. Where they get a scare maybe. a heart attack and they're in really bad health. People, let's say, that have been pretty much rude and antisocial all their lives. You'll see them make an attempt, near the end to be a decent human being. Well, you have to give them a few points for that, but it's like closing the gate after the cows have escaped kind of thing. Then other people, I've seen the strangest things. I've seen really nice people, let's say, on the precipice again, and kind of going a little bit different. Yeah. Oh, this guy was... Oh, he was horrible, Max. Yeah. He was... there's no need for a human. He was like this. He was a disgrace to his... to his species, any kind of... he basically embodied everything, that's wrong with society. But he was also an attention seeker, Max. So some of that obviously could have been just for attention. People that kind of beta people, they tend to... How can I put this? Want attention for some reason. They can't garner any kind of positive stuff, so in that absence they'll settle for negative stuff. It is definitely a mental disorder, Yeah. He would have been a danger around young women as well. He was a horrible, horrible guy. And this is not my judgment. This is literally going by words from his own mouth. Yeah, he was a nasty piece of work. But if I met him in real life, yeah, let's just say he would be finding it hard to eat his breakfast. He would need a straw. I'm not that kind of person, but guys like that, yeah, it'd pee his pants, to be honest, before he'd say those things to me. It's a very cowardly thing, Terry, when a person acts out of character just because they've got anonymity. It is a really, really undesirable trait. Do you remember that story? Yeah, some guy was... I think it might have been his wife or his fiancée or girlfriend, but apparently he was cheating on her. He came back drunk one night, kind of passed out in the bed, and yeah, she did that. I remember it was all over the news. That was a horrible thing to happen. But she was obviously mentally ill. If somebody betrays you like that, it's like, let's say if you're married and let's say you arrive home early and you find out your wife is having an affair, or your girlfriend or whatever. I don't think I'd go ballistic like that. Yeah, that actually happened, Terry. I'll tell you what I would do. I would smile, I would shake their hands, I would absolutely thank them. Because you've dodged the bullet on that one. If you can't beat them, join them. And that's one thing as well. Hi Eva, and how have you been? Yeah, we were just talking, Eva, about a kind of non-stroll that Terry used to party chat with. She probably got hooked up in some party chat and wound up on this guy's Discord. My God. Yeah, it's easy to keep safe online. You don't need me. You know, you don't need Mark. It's just when you hear that kind of, how could I put this? That kind of slop coming from someone's mouth. Just hang up and block. Simple as that, really. You know, nobody wants that kind of toxic stuff. Now, obviously, some people will, talk BS, when they're online, and sometimes there's certain degrees of it, But that guy, oh my God, he really hit all of those sensitive spots. But most people are, pretty decent, Terry. Even some, let's say, Deetron, even some of these idiots are kind of okay. It's just they've got some kind of mental disorder where they like the attention, even if it's bad attention. And another thing as well, when it comes to social media, when it comes to likes and views or dislikes or whatever the case may be, getting this kind of negative stuff, you can get, what you need from it. Well, when I say what you need is, you can get, a better algorithm on YouTube or Twitch, and you'll get more viewers, even if they are hate viewers. Think about that streamer, for instance. Although I don't think he's getting many views. That guy that went to Korea, Johnny Somali. Yeah, he's just an idiot, really. But he's in a lot of trouble over there. He broke a lot of laws. He'll be lucky if he doesn't go away for a decade. To go away, yeah. I think he's a beta, Terry. To be honest, one of those how can I put this? Weak men. Only weak men act like that. They're not real men. I don't know of this Dr. Disrespect. I've probably heard him been mentioned across YouTube a few times. There's a lot of streamers that have been linked to really big streamers, and I'm not sure if he's one, that have been linked to, let's say, inappropriately chatting with younger viewers, which is and that's real P. Diddy stuff, horrible. Yeah, horrible stuff. But some people have some real skeletons in their closet, I don't know about that guy. I think he was banned off YouTube, long before I started watching. Well, if they're not doing that, they're setting people up for rug pulls on Bitcoin and stuff like that. It's all about the money, isn't it, Terry? When the social media thing started first, on the likes of YouTube, Twitch would have been. Well, it was. Twitch has had for the longest time. But the start of it probably would have been Beam, Then Twitch bought it up and stuff like that. And most people were there just to play and have fun and, kind of make communities and that. Sure, if they want to try and make a living at it, why not? But now it's all about that, It's a game now.
How do you do?
Alright. Let's get our money and get out of here quickly.
Farewell. Greeting.
I'll get our cash and we'll move out. Ooh.
Have a good
And
day.
one guy
How are
left.
you?
Hmm. Yeah, maybe. You know, if that's what you both want, I see no harm in that, Terry.
Let me show you my wares.
There, we're done here. We'll just check the NPCs. I know we'll never find anyone old enough, but... yeah, she's 10 years too young. Okay, let's go.
Ah, you have returned.
Now, we're on the last mile of this little run here on this to get our cash. Come on now. Ah, I like it when I'm here early enough when they're inside. I don't have to go running around looking for these guys.
It was nice seeing you.
Oh,
Let me show you my wares.
oh,
And two more here. I don't know, all we have is just two more villages. The next one is just two vendors, but there's a ton of vendors in the other one. We haven't found that special NPC yet, have we? Well, on the last two ones, there's inns there, so they're in one of those. Ah, this is just some certain stuff I want from that.
be safe.
Welcome. Trade is in my nature.
There,
Good luck.
we are done. Let's check these NPCs. No, oh, hang on. Yeah, I'm way too young. It's very unusual anyway to see someone, you know, over 30 in this game.
How are you?
But it happened at the beginning. No, maybe that special vendor is here. If not, probably in the last one, or else there they are. Oh, there they are. Sometimes they'll show up in your taverns.
I think my hairline.
Let's see.
How is life?
Ah, not really anything I want. We'll take that one anyway. Okay. There.
See you soon.
Two vendors here. They should be making a run for it. Yep. I should have just enough time to get the other one.
Yes.
Ah, be safe.
Ah, you first flash this in the arena.
There, we are good. Excuse me. I'm so a bit chesty, it's the weather. Smoking doesn't help either, I suppose.
It's you again.
There we go. Now, this is the last one. There's about 6 vendors here. This definitely has the most vendors by a long shot. And we'll get those out in our history.
Can I have only goods of the highest quality? Oh, goodbye, dear.
Now we'll have to concentrate on the food as well, won't we? Yeah. Oh, it won't be 4 of them. Leonard.
Greetings!
Ah, sugar.
How are you? I got everything you need. Have a good day.
Just 2.
What can I? Only goods of the
Now,
highest
let's
quality.
concentrate on getting this out. There it is, Jan. Then there's just one more guy.
I've got everything you need.
Wow. Yeah, he's got a lot of junk. There. Okay, there's just one guy left. This is the 4th time Microsoft have spammed me to take that update. If I take it, it could take an hour. I better be sure and get that update later. Relax. That's good, Terry.
Don't eat
Oh, let me show you my ware.
Okay. This is the last guy, 40. Yeah. That's it. We got them all.
You've been. Farewell.
No, did we look at the NPCs? I don't think we did. Oh, to be honest, I think it's futile. Yeah. Oh well. Right, let's get back. We've done a run, we've got rid of our junk. I'll tell you what. What time is it? Depends on the time. Oh, it's only 12 in the morning, we better do a bit of hunting. There's some bison actually not far from here. Oh, let's have a look at our guys here. 7. It's gonna take them a while to max out. Okay. We do a tiny bit of hunting. Yeah. Well, I don't need any more houses, but it might be used for the skull, you know. No problem, Terry. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. Bye. And we always enjoy having you here, Terry. Excuse me. Yeah, time of year. Ooh, these guys are pretty close. Oh, well, thank you, Eva. You know they're tough. I need 2 shots of this. Unless I get a good headshot. Oh, sugar. Whew. Okay. These guys are no joke. Yeah, you don't want those guys charging you, you know. Yeah, I think I might be getting a little cold, Eva. Time of year, really, isn't it? Here, let me put back on this heater, even though it's not that cold. There. Okay. Right, let's get back. The leather is always handy to have, even though I've been selling it off in chunks. I had so much of it. Now I'm confused. Here it is. There. There he is. Oh, okay, Jen. Pretty good, pretty good. And you? How have you been? We're just stuck in winter here, and I've built everything I need to build on this. So, just a few of the finer points to finish in the decorating, and I'll be done with this one. With this one, because of the trees and other stuff, obviously, I'll be... I would have put more time into this. And someone sneezes. Yeah. No. It's usually a kind of God bless you, yeah, kind of thing. Here on this side of the pond, anyway. The Germans would have a similar word. But it's basically the same thing, yeah. Yeah, depends on the translation, really. Gesundheit, yeah. I finally got my new PC. Oh, nice. Nice, that's cool. Did you go for a larger rig or a laptop? Yeah, Gesundheit.
How is life treating you?
And we're back. Nice, the 570 Ti. You picked it up then during the Black Friday sales, I presume? What'd you get, about maybe 20% off? Yeah, this PC nonsense that they're doing, you know, these sky-high prices. Not only will it not be coming down, but in January they'll probably be going up. This drivel they're doing with the AI, you know, that stuff they're creating to spy on us and to take people's jobs. Yeah, they're starting to buy up all of the RAM. So I think they were on to what was the company, the Japanese company that would be making most of the RAM. They said they're not building any more factories. That's just up the price. So RAM prices are going to be going up a minimum in January by 10%. So, yeah. Black Friday, yeah. It's always best to wait. You know, even if it's just even 10 or 20% off. Yeah. Yeah. It's this AI con that they're doing. But remember when they started at this stuff in the beginning? I said it was kind of silly. You know, they were getting people to do that and to build the factories and that, and they were basically, you know, just doing that for the replacements. But Microsoft, or not, Microsoft have invested billions occasion in AI. They basically got rid of all of their help desk staff, and it's all been run by AI now, and what little is left is outsourced, to third world countries, that kind of stuff. But you remember when Microsoft? Oh no, not only them, yeah, but they're just a greedy corporation as well, so they'll jump on board, of course. Um, what was I going to say? But the second they did that, they let 9,000 staff go. So this is what I'm saying about corporations being loyal. We feel loyalty towards something, but they don't. So, if you're in one of those kind of jobs and you get a better offer, I would be moving on up, Now let me get something to drink here, guys. But it's it's a strange situation. The only time they're going to be happy when they stop AI is when they get it to replace almost everything. These corporations. The irony of something like that is, well, if nobody has a job, no one has money. No one has money, no one can buy their slop and their consumerist kind of junk. So, I don't know. It's just a gold rush and greed. An interesting thing to see. Slop. All slop. Yeah. You see what Microsoft did with their latest game, that online multiplayer kind of war shooter kind of thing. What's it called? Something 7. It's not Call of Duty 7, is it? Black Ops 7. Steam have been giving refunds because there's too much AI generated slop in that. It is. And some of the videos, well, YouTube now, it's unwatchable. I tuned into a program. I thought it was Brian Cox, the physicist, the astrophysicist. But I was watching it for about 5 minutes, and I realized it was AI slop. Well, a few of the things he said kind of raised my eyebrows, even though they were kind of lowbrow. It wouldn't be like Brian to say so. But no, they basically deepfaked them to give credibility that aliens are coming in on that asteroid and going to take over the Earth, kind of stuff. Well, obviously not as obvious as that, but he was kind of touching on the possibility, which is not like Brian to do. That would be just, silly. But yeah, he made a video of it after, kind of complaining about it, and basically in a very nice and a typical Brian Cox way, he said that there were kind of conspiracy theorist nuts, alien believing nuts, and then they replied something like, "Oh, we don't love you anymore now. We had respect in you." No. I do believe there's a massive possibility that they're out there, But just because the comet did a few weird things, remember I'm always saying that we think we know a lot. We only know a tiny little piece of space and how physics work. That came from another system, from probably another galaxy. The periodic table that we have is everything that we've seen. Yeah. Oh, massively big. So there's other processes, let's say that would kind of defy physics for us, different metals, you name it, And it's only the third interstellar object we've seen. So, just because it's acting a bit different. Imagine if you were an alien and you seen 3 life forms on Earth, and then you thought you understood, and that's putting it lightly. You thought you understood everything about Earth. It is, yeah. Our star is, yeah. But we're pretty small. Now let me just get some of this. But yeah, it's ridiculous now. Some of it is funny, and they're upfront about being, this kind of deep AI. But there is a surprising amount of people that would actually believe that, kind of stuff. So if you are a respected scientist, let's say, somebody deep fakes your AI image and starts going on drivel about, little grey men, that's going to hurt your reputation. I do know in Korea there's massive laws about that. That Johnny Somali guy, that streamer, like he's facing, some serious jail time there because of deep faking. Another streamer over there. So there's similar laws here, but YouTube don't seem to be taking any action about taking these things down. I'm sure that, let's say, it's illegal to use someone's image, and have it a fake, and absolutely not telling anyone, and trying to pass it off as that person to either get for clickbait or views, or to strengthen your how could I put this, kind of fringe beliefs, Unfortunately so, yeah. I was always skeptical of everything I've seen on the internet, but now, yeah, it's brutal. Oh, and this is my guess as well. Amazon have been rolling out a new kind of thing. Amazon are notorious for their butting their nose into other people's business on Fire Sticks that they're selling. Now, the way it works with Amazon, back there about 5-6 years ago, maybe a little more, they allowed people to use a downloader app. So, like a Fire Stick is okay if you've got Amazon, but people like other apps as well. So Amazon welcomed third-party apps, which you bought the stick. It's your business. But what Amazon have been doing is, every time they update someone's Fire Stick, the Fire Stick, the APK stuff, they'll have a peek at the apps you have. Now, I don't know if it's in their fine print, Cajun, to be honest, but if you're getting access to someone's Fire Stick for maintaining your apps, that's fine. Going in and having a look around, that's not fine. That's what Amazon have been doing. And I think Amazon have realized that a lot of the third-party apps that people are using, it's kind of stopping them committing to Prime. Not giving them like $60 a month for woke slop on Amazon. So what they've done now is they want to ban and block all third-party apps on the Fire Stick. And here it is. Their excuse is, oh, these apps are very dangerous. They might damage your device. How kind of them to be looking out for our benefit. No, you see, you're getting better stuff on those on that third-party apps for free than the slop that Amazon are giving out. So get rid of the third-party apps and force people to buy their slop. Now, Amazon have gained a substantial share in the market, let's say, on the Fire Sticks and stuff like that. But that was back then. It's a different story now. There's the Thompson, there's like 10 different ones now. And they don't have restrictive apps. Now, they've obviously got NetGuard and stuff like that, kind of stuff which you can easily turn off, which you cannot do on Amazon. So I foresee a massive drop in Amazon sales on Fire Sticks, which will obviously affect their subscriptions as well. Excuse me. So here's more greed. Yeah. Oh, hi, Hufflepuff. Pretty good in you. Hope you've been well. But this one will be a slow burn occasion. So, people are dropping off now in droves. Excuse me, one moment while I just... Yeah, I think I have a cold. Won't be a second. Yeah, apparently I have a cold. That's the problem. I was talking to a lot of guys online, and they were saying they'll use it until it stops, and then they're going to burn the Fire Stick and move away. Absolutely. And all these guys have subscriptions, Cajun. You know, because there's so much slop on that. Yeah, it's only a winter cold. It shouldn't last long. It's just after a period there now, but it's been threatening for a few days. Yeah. So, they're not really bothered, I suppose. Although they will lose money, you know, with their hardware. But it will affect their subscriptions as well, at a time when they need as many as possible. Luckily, yeah. Only Game Pass, yeah. Which has gotten to be pretty toxic as well. So you're going to see a mass exodus from that. Well, anyone with sense anyway, at least, you know, from Amazon. But you know, they just got the Android system, and used that as an operating system, and just added their own twist to it. You know, all of the other streaming devices, you know, it's just the Android, and anything they put in there would be a kind of filtering system that if you wish you can turn off. But like, you know, Amazon were not selling any meaningful amount of Fire Sticks in Europe occasion. It was only when they allowed the third-party apps that people started to buy them. And not only that, let's say they allowed the downloader app, which is probably the most popular app ever. With this you can do your third-party apps, you know. But now that they've probably sold as much as they think they want, now they obviously want to shut it down. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can pay for more than 3 subs who can pay for more than 3 subs a month anymore? Oh, for streaming services and that, yeah. Yeah. I would recommend, Cajun, that you use the Thompson Fire Stick. The Thompson, well, it's like a tiny streaming box. It only works out about 100. Well, it's about 80 sterling, so it's about €100. It's roughly around the same price as the Fire Stick, and it's way superior in every way. You know, it's just that Amazon had the name, and you know, people were buying it. That one has unrestricted stuff, so it's to get the Thompson streaming box 270 plus, I think it's called. Yeah, but it's nice to have some other apps that you can go into, obviously. Yeah. And obviously you can get the Fire TV, but I've always preferred to go with the box, you know. But Amazon was pretty handy. This is a little bigger than that, but it's pretty good. It's got superior graphics, it's got superior storage, it's got a better kind of CPU setup, and it's the same price. No, they're skanking us a bit with the Fire Stick here, Hufflepuff. Well, the decent ones, let's say, with a decent amount of storage and that, are like $120. Yeah, about 105, 110 euros. Yeah. But the system that Apple would be on now, let's say, that's the only system that's left that I haven't tampered with too much. The 270 Plus, yeah. That one has a good reputation, Cajun. On this, let's say, it does have a system, a security system, that will kind of warn you if you're downloading, if you're, bringing third-party apps in, but you can switch that off. And after you download it, then, everything is okay, from what I've heard. And then they won't send you messages when you're trying to get in, trying to make you feel like a criminal because you put an app on something that you bought from them. That's your own business, really. Yeah. It depends on, depends. I think in the UK they're retailing for about 70 sterling, 70 to 80. It depends on where you buy them, really. You know what shopkeepers are like. You can get something in one place for 100, and then it could be 150 in another one. But if you shop around, yeah. But that one seems to be the best. I did a little bit of research on it. Yeah, depends. About 70ish. But it's the Plus 270 or something it's called. And on that you get a ton of BBC stuff as well. It's a way superior device, to be honest. I think it's got a lot more ports as well. And I do know one thing that the 270 has, the Thompson over a Fire Stick, is you can add your own library to it as well. Whereas with the side loading stuff on the Amazon Fire Stick and that, it's a horrible situation. Yeah, that's about the best one out there. Keep away from the stuff on Amazon, those Chinese stuff. Yeah, they'll be good enough, but for the same price or a little bit more, you'll get a really superior kind of streaming device. No problem. So if you've got any third-party apps, you'll be getting those messages soon. It tells you to uninstall the app, or they will be getting rid of it later. Now, as far as I know, blocking Amazon from doing updates is not going to work, because you've already had the update. Yeah. And you'll get other stuff as well. Absolutely. Thompson has a good reputation, It's not like you're buying something that's shipped over from China and you don't really know what you're getting. But, the same mistake that Microsoft made on Windows to give Linux more share. And obviously, Steam now are starting to branch out because of the weakness of Microsoft, especially with Xbox and that. Pretty much you'll see the same from Amazon. Other people will smell blood in the water now because of these stupid things that Amazon are doing, and they'll start to move in again, and now is the time to get out from Amazon. Absolutely. Yeah. To be honest, I think it's overreach. When you buy a product from Amazon and they update it, they have no business spying around what you've got on your apps. They get access and access only to maintain their own apps, But I don't know, it might be somewhere in the contract in small print. But I think it's overreach. What would you say, Cation? What you want to do with your device is your business. Now remember, with the Thompson, they have something similar in it, but it's not, let's say, to punish you or do anything like that. It's basically in case you might download any malware. But there's a lot of third-party apps there that are reasonably trusted, so you can kind of turn off that and get the download of it. Soccer, yeah, you get a lot of that as well. Yeah, but there's a lot of good apps out there. Now, there was a guy in the US, and he was at one of those kind of, I think it was in Florida, or football, yeah. I think it was from Florida. Yeah, from your neck of the woods. You probably heard of him, Hufflepuff. But he was selling Amazon Fire Sticks. And what he did, Cajun, was he went in and he removed the files, the Amazon files from it. Now, it's not illegal to mod your Fire Stick. There's zero law about that. But when you remove Amazon, you can kind of put third-party apps on it and not be blocked. I think this has been going on for a long time in the US, and people were flocking to him, and he wasn't a kind of yeah. You can. It's basically you've just caught Amazon. Well, it's legal, yeah. Oh, it's Florida, yeah, but so basically you can put third-party apps on it. And you know, all he would do is charge them for the price of the Fire Stick, and I think like $20 to do it. So I think that was fair. You know what I mean? He wasn't a scammer or anything like that. So the cops sent a load of undercover guys to buy these sticks. And you know that sheriff in Florida, the guy that likes headlines and attention, you know, that guy. Yeah, he did a sting operation, but you would think he was smuggling in nuclear material or something. I didn't see any law he was breaking. There was no law that said that you couldn't you remove Amazon files from a device that you bought from Amazon. That's like saying if you buy your PC that you can't touch the files. You know, if it's on Windows that you couldn't change over the operating system to Linux. Pretty much the same kind of stuff. But they arrested him. It was an FBI investigation. And they arrested him, and I think he was doing a GoFundMe. But he's not a lot of money. How would that even go to court, Cajun? If they can't say, well, you committed this crime. How does that work? Yes. Yeah. There were probably new Fire Sticks and he was removing the files. But there is no law saying you can't remove the files. That you can't change the operating system, Cajun. It's like if you bought your PC and it was on Windows, and you changed over to Linux, and then there was a knock at your door with the FBI, and they dragged you outside and sent you to prison. And then you had to do a GoFundMe to pay hundreds of thousands in court fees and stuff, because you've got guys protecting a massive corporation and their profits, you know, from something that isn't illegal. They couldn't. They would make it illegal if they could, but they can't, because, you know, that's saying, you know, if you buy a system with an operating with X operating system, that's it. You're stuck with that. Nobody would buy their junk. But Amazon have enough power to kind of push that stuff, you know. Amazon would obviously be contributing to politicians, and politicians would be pushing the police force, and the police force would be carrying out the dirty work for the government. Yeah. Check it up online anyway, and you'll know the story. Yeah, he seems like a pretty nice guy. Being Florida man is the crime. Yeah. Oh, they arrested the people buying them as well, Cajun. They arrested an old couple, I think in their 60s or 70s. Brought them away in handcuffs like they were criminals. Probably scared the poor biddies, you know, half to death. Yeah, they arrested some old guy, I think he was 80 as well, for buying a stick. What kind of system is that? Yeah, they dragged off some old age pensioners. Yeah, they did. Yeah, but watch it on YouTube. Yeah, you should be able to see it. But like, okay, they arrested him. For what? Nobody could point out a law to me where it's illegal to change an operating system on a device. So, you know. Now, content, let's say on said device, might be a problem. But changing your operating system, no. He didn't put any content on it. He just made that stick so you could put whatever content. So you would be responsible then, let's say, the same way as if you buy a gun, and if you unalive someone or do something bad with that gun, well, that's not the responsibility of the people who sell that product. You know what I mean? Much like it wouldn't be his responsibility. What you do with that is a different story. I know the gun thing is a bad comparison, but down the same road. Yeah. Basically, if you buy a gun, Cajun, and you do something bad with it, cops don't go out to the guys who made the gun. You know what I mean? Or the guys who sold the gun in the store. You know what I mean? Yeah, or anything bad. It's not their thing. The selling of it and the modification of it is all perfectly legal. What I'm saying is, when you get that device, there is things that you could do. Maybe you could download apps that might not be in a grey area, let's say. Yeah. Unalived. I said, yeah. Unalived is, let's say, they're not living anymore. Yeah, I never said, the restrictions on YouTube and that. The algorithm will kind of, unalived. Yeah. Yeah, it's been used a lot because, when they're doing YouTube videos and stuff, they'll look for keywords. And they might not let some stuff through. Yeah, unalived. Yeah, it's just, you can't say another word as well, which it's a horrible word, and they call it, usually people on YouTube will call it grape, yeah, stuff like that. You're better off not saying. Yeah, that kind of stuff. It is. You gotta watch everything you say now. Yeah, the algorithm anyway will put you in the dark ages because of stuff like that. Not that it makes much of a difference to me. It's just a habit I got into. But yeah, he removed Amazon's files, made it so you could put any third-party app. Amazon would know zero about it and couldn't block him. And there's no law that says you can't do it. Yet he was arrested, and he's paying tons in legal costs. And the poor old people, old pensioners that were buying them, they were arrested as well. He was only there for a couple of weeks, but I don't know, maybe 20 or 30 sticks, I suppose. He was doing other stuff. It was like a car boot sale. We call it a car boot sale. Would you call it the same there? Where people would have junk and stuff, and they would come out every summer and kind of, sell that stuff. Yeah. No, he wasn't some master kingpin, bringing in thousands or tens of thousands of devices into the country from China or something like that. He was literally going to Walmart, buying the sticks, removing the files, and then selling them to people at the price he gave for the stick, plus another 10 or 20 bucks for his work on it, and that was it. Probably, yeah. Well, this was in the US, so it would have been dollars, yeah. And I think the fire sticks are really cheap in the US compared to here in Europe. Yeah. I was watching that, I was quite surprised that how they could arrest someone. I don't know, maybe they stretched. Maybe there's a law in the US, I don't know. But yeah, it just looks like, the police, let's say, enforcing corporate law. It looks bad, to be honest. The police should be, obviously, a person's constitutional rights should be utmost in their policy, and not the profits of a corporation for doing something legal. Even though I suppose it kind of falls into a grey area, but still perfectly legal. Like, a grey area every corporation in the world lives in a grey area. Yeah. I don't know much about the US law system. I know a reasonable amount about the stuff here, you know. But I've seen some people getting arrested for the strangest reasons. But as I said, I'm not familiar with the law. The law is pretty good. It's just that I think that corporations have too much influence. You know? Well, it's starting everywhere now. Now, but that's that one. I could see that coming, especially when that happened in the US there. That was about a year ago. Yeah, they've got way too much influence. You know, they have power over politicians. Politicians have power over the police force. And it's kind of getting that way now. That is absolutely correct, Cajun. But what you see is even still kind of deceiving. Let's say if you were paying, let's say, 40% tax and a corporation is paying 20. That's as an example. You think they're paying 20. It's not always what you see. There'll be certain breaks and stuff and that, and with some good accounting and that, they will get it down to maybe just 56. It depends on your bracket, but yeah, here I think it's up to 40%. I think for really, really high earners it would be 50. You know, but then you see we've got, you know, there's stuff we can fall back on. You know, as we get older, let's say that we have other rights and stuff. You know, there's pensions and stuff like that, and the healthcare and stuff like that. So it's more like an investment, you know, where we would pay that extra tax, let's say, to keep the, you know, the public healthcare system running, and that younger generation, you know, when we get older, we would benefit from it, or the older generation in there. So it's like kind of paying forward, kind of thing. Oh, we do here, yeah. Oh, that's horrible. And yeah, politicians have been, I don't know. It's a lot got to do with the stuff that's going on now. Here, they're spending billions and billions on problems that's none of their, well, I won't say none of their concern, but it's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to their citizens first, but they don't seem to care about that. Yeah. Belgium is quite small, isn't it? European country. Yeah, I was in it for a little while, but I haven't been all over it, like. I'm actually going to, they promised me a good pension when I started. Oh my good God. Oh, there would be massive outrage here. No, nothing like that here. Not that I know of, anyway. I think here the official pension age is 65, but I think you can take early retirement at 60 if you want to. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Wow. Oof, that's painful. That absolutely is. Wow. So basically work till you die. So you're born, you go to school, you come out of school, you get a job, you work till you die. That's not life. Of course it's what they want, yeah. Except for the politicians, obviously, they get to retire. Oh my. That's horrible. No, it's not that bad. I don't think we'd stand for that here. That's really horrible, to be quite honest. And you would know you worked for the government. And here, let's say, You know, because you're working for the government. If you're working for the government here, it's absolutely golden. Occasion, you know, um, it's even a way better system, let's say, than the kind of public pensions. You know, the government pensions. Pretty much here, when you have a government job, you're, you know, to a certain amount, you're kind of set for life. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah. Yeah. In some countries, let's say, to take a leading job like that, it's more of a kind of symbol that would take kind of, you know, let's say, the US president, the salary he's on. I remember checking it out a long time ago. Well, the guy here gets about 3 times more than the US president for running a country that has less population than New York City. Yeah, they love to line their pockets, don't they? But the irony of it, Cajun, is imagine working in a job where you can set your pay and you can give yourself a bonus and you can give yourself a pay rise. Oh, that's sweet, isn't it? That's sweet. Yeah, I'm not sure what the idiots here get, to be honest. But it's probably even more than that. Yeah, because they're special. You know, you can't expect them to work for the, you know, the same wages that the peasants work for, you know, and they are special. But no, it's not gone that bad here yet, but give it time. Hmm. There you go. Yeah, there you go. And Germany, let's say in Europe, is the kind of powerhouse of industry and stuff like that. And I think, well, obviously a much greater population. It is. But this is what a system this is how a system goes when people who are working that system can set their own pay. You know? There you go. But it doesn't matter anyway. If the country runs short of money because they've been, you know, taking it, they just raise the taxes, you know? Or maybe, you know, take out more loans so your kids can pay it off. That stuff, yeah, that's cool. Like, who cares? You know, your kids and your grandkids can pay that one. Through more style taxes. Yeah. Not to mention, I think, and especially with the smaller European countries, I think we've got way too many politicians. And I do think their terms are too long. And another thing, here, with a government job, there's almost no scrutiny, occasion. If you mess up and do a bad job, you cannot be fired. You cannot even get a pay cut. It pretty much, you know, just move you to another job or whatever the case may be. Unless you do something that's, you know, really, really, really criminal, you're pretty much there for life. You know, if the same tactics were used, let's say, in the private system, where if you're really incompetent or shady, you know, where they could push you out. Oh, it's still like that here. Yeah, it's still like that here. Like, take one of our politicians, for instance, who would be a pretty high one. You know, he was a TD from a certain county. That's like a kind of senator in the US. But basically, allegedly, it was proved out that he took a 50,000 euro bribe. Now, this was back when 50,000 euros was, you know, a good bit of money, to allow a mobile phone company a license to push them ahead of the pack. And, yeah, this was all found out. It was a storm in a teacup for a few weeks, and then all forgotten about. He's still in his job. He didn't do any jail. He didn't do anything. You know. So that was okay. It's just part of the deal, you know. And then we had our version of a Prime Minister, Taoiseach. 50 grand again went missing from the Treasury. Yeah, that seems to be their little pay point, doesn't it? 50 grand. But it was an investigation done. And, well, basically he was co-treasurer. This was before he got his, you know, Prince of the World job. So did a bit of investigation. Microsoft, really, here they go again with this another time. They keep spamming me with a stupid update. But he was co-treasurer with another guy. Well, towards the prices of things. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. No, this was a bribe, actually. But this was, basically, it went missing from the Treasury. So, he was co-treasurer with another guy. And, the other guy, you know, confessed to taking it. Which, you know, was kind of iffy. But, there was a big debate about it, and, you know, Bertie, his name was Bertie Ahern, he got in and he said, oh, we're going to punish him. You know, don't you worry, he will be severely punished for his crime. But he had a pretty low-level job. And, yeah, they elected him to the European Parliament. Yeah, so he got a promotion. But basically he fell on his sword for Bertie, so Bertie could stay in power and not be connected to that embezzlement scandal. Now, they investigated the money. Yeah. It's what they also do. Yeah. But listen to this. I'm wondering, like, if he took the money, how come they traced the money back to an account and an address of Bertie's girlfriend? And Bertie's girlfriend was also working in the bank, and she's the one that took the money in a kind of safe house they had in the UK. So this was only one of the bribes, or one of the little, it wasn't even a bribe, it was embezzlement. It was like they're running a little crime syndicate. Everyone knew this and it didn't bother anyone, or they just didn't care to know. So apparently the other guy took it for some reason, but the money was in Bertie's account, to Bertie's hidden address, received in the bank by Bertie's girlfriend. Yeah, but apparently the other guy did it. And apparently punishment in this country for committing crimes when you're in office is a massive promotion. Cool. Yeah. And nobody seemed to care. Yeah, there you go. It could be stopped if we cared. Yep, there you go. But you see, you know why they got there? Now he's got a past. Now they can control him, Cajun. What I've seen in crime families and, you know, and stuff like that, they like their members to have a kind of sordid past like that. Something that they can use to keep them in check, you know. It's like, you know, electing a guy into office or, you know, into some place of power, and you can put the squeeze on them, you know, so they're just a puppet. Yes, you've got something on them. There was probably other stuff that happened and more details about it that they wouldn't like to get out there. So yeah, that's the kind of people they want. It's the only way I can make sense of it. Like, why would you put a fox in charge of a hen house? Yeah, there you go. So if they want a little vote to go one way or the other, they'll just ask him. They won't even have to blackmail him. And he'll say, yeah, boss, how high? Welcome to politics, Cation. Yep, that's how the game is played. Corporations are pretty much the same. Have a lot of dirt on someone that you can control. So you might not have that job yourself, but you make the decisions. And if anything goes wrong, you've got deniability. Somebody else gets the heat for that one. Sweet, isn't it? Where you can control a government, or you control a lot, and nobody even knows your name. Well, that's the way I do it. Yep. Yeah, great job. Where do we sign up? I don't think I could sleep at night. Now, it's probably not massively widespread, but it is a problem. It needs to be shut down, and shut down real quick. But I don't know. I can't see them sorting that one out. Yeah, same here. In our generation, at least. But eventually, yeah, when people have had enough, things will change. We'll have another French Revolution, I'd say. Here now, it's commonplace to go to the store and see your grocery shopping going up by 10% a week. That kind of stuff. Yeah, there'll be short-term gains for these people, but the market is opened again here for someone that's sensible. I've seen this happen in the insurance industry, where you had these kind of cartels, you know, squeezing people for every last dime. One guy came in that was pretty decent and put a lot of them out of business, and then they had to play, you know, the nice guy game. Unfortunately, that guy, during the boom, he over speculated on property, lost his business, and now it's back to square one again. The second he went out of business, I think Liberty Insurance bought it up. They sold it on again to a Spanish company, I think last year. This is over a 10-year period. But the second he went out of business, mysteriously, within a month, all insurance companies doubled their premiums for no reason. And that was then pretty much the standard. Even the government complained, but they had to look like they were at least complaining, even though they were bought off, you know. So, right, I think at 7 PM we can get to spring. Then we can get this over. I think of one more day to finish. I suppose we could try a bit of decorating here. Let me see. Yeah. About 3 minutes we'll be out of here. Now, let's see what we can do while we're here. But this place is huge. Now, let's check on our guys. It's just 2 people. They're okay. Yep. Yeah, I don't think there's any... apprentices ready yet, is there? No, we're good. I suppose I'll start on these two houses. Let's see what we want. Oh, there's one here. Okay. Right. And we're just doing this because I want to kill some time. Let's see how I did the other one. Probably over there. Let me see. What is that one anyway? Thistle. Okay. Ah, this takes a while, but it's perfect because I have the time to kill anyway. Oh, dozens and dozens in this settlement. Yeah, once you put these NPCs in a house and give them beds, yeah, they're very hamsterish. Oh no, this is the ones with tray. I think it's these ones down here. These are the 3-bedroom ones. It still needs a lot of decorating here, but we'll wait till spring. Wouldn't be able to do it with this snow anyway. Now let's see. Oh. Hang on. Did I decorate any of these? At all? Surely I did. You're kidding me. Hang on. Yeah, it's been a while since I touched these. Kind of leaving them to last. Yeah, give them a house. But it's got a pretty interesting system, to be honest. Yeah, I've still got a lot to do in the center here, but I'm kind of holding back until I do some of the smaller stuff. Yeah, there's these two smaller houses here I think I was messing with. Ah, I still got to do in there. Yeah, we'll be busy for the next 3 seasons. Okay, no, I don't touch these. There's 2 of them down here. How many houses have I got? 44 houses. It's huge. Yeah. Where did I put these houses? It looks pretty in the summer. Yeah, here it is. Ah, come on. I'm trying to work out which of these ones. Oh, it's these ones. It's these ones down here. I'm not looking forward to the decorating on these, but we'll get through it quick enough. We have 20 minutes to kill anyway. I think it's these ones. I started on, didn't I? No, this is a 3-bedroom. Okay. We'll start from scratch. Why not? We'll start at these 2 guys over here. Yeah, I can't remember which ones I finished. So, here we go. Aha. Okay, we need to do that. I'll have to find something to push on this. I can't use the other stuff because there's not enough. I've already used them enough. So something that we can actually craft. Some piece of clothing or something that would look reasonable on this. We could go with the hat thingy. Maybe the light hat. But I'm gonna give it a try now and we'll see which one would look best. I'll make several of them. So for the meantime anyway, this is Daisy and what's the other one? Oh, there's just 2. Daisy and Dandelion. Okay, fairly standard. Let's see what we have here. we've got enough clay bottles anyway. We have the jugs. Oh, we'd need some mead for this, wouldn't we? Well, with this one I think we'll go with something else. Maybe ale or something. What about ale and a tankard? Have we got a clay mug? Okay, let's see. Let's have a look. This is more of an experiment on this one now. Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? This is the only way I have to do this. There. I'd say we go with an oat ale or something. Yeah, go with some ale beside that, and I need what? Dandelion and daisy. And this is what I tend to do. But these ones are a little easier than the tray. So I'd go with 2 of these, and then a flower vase with the same flowers that's on the outside. I don't drink beer or anything with hops or anything like that. With me, it's spirits, stuff like whiskey, vodka, kind of old man drink kind of thing. Yeah, it doesn't agree with me, to be honest. And when I say agree with me, it makes me kind of nauseous, which comes out a good bit, you know. Rum. Yeah, I could never develop a taste for rum. Rum or gin. More the kind of, well, yeah, the odd whiskey is okay. But mostly vodka. Vodka has always been my favorite. The heavy beer. Yeah, it just doesn't agree with me. It makes me very nauseous. Rum is a, yeah, kind of drink, yeah. Well, very, very occasionally, just a tiny, you know, I mean a tiny bit. But it's pretty bitter. But it has a nice warming sensation. I would, let's say my main drink would be vodka. You know. Nothing too fancy, you know, it doesn't really matter, but mostly Smirnoff or something. And I do drink it with a tiny dash of you know, orange, you know, kind of mid-range vodka, yeah. Oh yeah, I've tried them all, but it's more common in bars and stuff when you're going out here. But vodka's vodka, really, you know. But I don't drink a lot. You know, when I said drinking, I just might go out and have maybe 2, 3 tops. You know, just to be social. Never been a thing of mine. Back when I was younger, yeah, I'd obviously be drinking a bit more. Yeah, I think I've probably tried them all. Now we need daisy and dandelion. Let's go make them. We have a bit of time to kill anyway. 22. Yeah, there'll be a bit more now. Wouldn't it? Yeah, I suppose around that. Smirnoff and that. Yeah. Or Smirnoff, let's say, would be, you know, no matter what European country you go to, probably the most common. Well, see, I haven't bought it in decades, like going to a store. So I wouldn't know. And I haven't taken a drink in years. And even when I do, as I said, it's at a social occasion and it's only just a couple. So, but the way prices have gone lately, yeah, it's probably doubled. I wouldn't be surprised if it was between the 40 and 50 mark. Yeah. Oh, it's much more here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, prices have really, you know, here. Another brand as well, Hussar. You remember that one? But they're the most common in the bars, you know. But in bars, like, you wouldn't be getting it cheap. You might as well be buying a fine brandy. When you were a student, nice. But honestly, you know, the amount that I would drink wouldn't be really worth talking about, you know. And for this we need 4 vases.
Oh. Oh.
I wouldn't know what it is now. I must price it the next time I'm in there. Wine is okay, but again, I could never develop much of a taste for wine. Did you ever try mead, Cajun? That's definitely an acquired taste. A very, very slimy drink. Mead, yeah, it's a honey drink. You can actually make it in with this. It's a really old drink. You know, it was really popular during the Middle Ages. Made from honey, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an acquired taste. You can literally feel it scraping down your throat like it's got sand. Yeah, it's an interesting drink. It is. It's definitely an acquired taste. But it's really strong. It's like everything else, you know, you'll get used to it.
Carving animal figurines from wood? That's not a real job.
Dandelion, we need 2 of these. 2 of the other ones. Absolutely, and Germany as well. I remember all the beer fests I had when we were over there. Yeah, a lot of beers, I've noticed. Yeah. I don't drink it at all, but the guys were big into beer. They were saying it was very weak.
I have a feeling that
But then
even
I
will
suppose,
make a
you know, in a lot of
better
countries, let's say France, for instance, they would have a culture of drinking wine, you know, at dinner and stuff. So it would be very, very weak, you know. What I found about the beer in the UK, it's got a very, well, the alcohol in general, but the guys were saying as well, it's got a very chemical aftertaste. But the UK have tons and tons of different beers. You know, each small little village or town would have their own brewery. So very unique. Yeah. Well, if you're going drinking, yeah, it's the way it's gotta be. How much can you possibly have left to do in this game? Just the decorating and stuff. You know how long it takes me to finish that wolf. And how have you been? But I've done a lot since we were on last because, you know, the No Man's Sky and that, the days I had off. So I've pretty much finished all the building and all of the tie-ins on this. And this is what we came up with here. So it's just the fine details. A lot of time on that. Well, the NPCs will. Ah, good, good. Yeah, not too bad. I seem to have a tiny cold, but it's the time of year, Wolf, you know? But once we get to spring, guys, I can show you this. But it's not till summer until this brightens up because of the new plants. But it's gotten so big now, I I can't remember my way around it, to be honest. Oh no, I know. Yeah, but the way I build and stuff, and the small details for me always takes the longest, you know. But it's, you know, the tiny little things. But I don't mind because it keeps me occupied. But I've got all the center part done. Once we get to spring, I'll show you the finished job on that. That's what took up most of my time. And you know me too, I can be pretty picky. Especially with this stuff here, it takes a long time to do. Which one is this? Is this Dandelion? No, this is Daisy. Yeah, this one is Daisy. And let's get that Daisy out. This is nasty doing it this way, but... Oh, you can't see the flower yet, obviously, it's autumn. These work just like the flowers outside. Okay. That is not as easy as it looks. You would have had a lot of practice for that. But I did a lot of it in Oblivion. I'd 100% want to live in your old Croc town. Nice. No problem, Cajun. Yeah, so what's new with you, Wolf? Oh, I got a stupid letter today. They're calling me in for another battery of tests, Wolf, on the 8th of December. I should be okay. I hope they don't keep me in. Not looking forward to it. Like a pin cushion in there. Oh, and there was a strange new law. Yeah. No, this is probably something got to do with my kidney stone and, or maybe ulcer, I think. Or maybe it might be the neck thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just turn up and it's like a kind of lucky dip thing where, you know, I want to be surprised. I've got that many things going on. Yeah, there's a new thing came out here when you're getting auto insurance for any new customer and anyone doing renewals. It's you basically have to give them your driver's license number, which is easy enough. But all companies here carry a detailed, you know, like a, you know, you send in the photocopy and they would, you know, store that and everything. So all they would have to do is actually look at that to get the number, but no, that's not the way they do it. They send you a letter saying that you have to, I think so, yeah, there could be vampires. There could be. Saying that you have to call them up and give them the number, read it out to them. So that's okay in itself. But they were sending me a few letters, but I wasn't getting them. And apparently if you've got X amount of time to do it, or they'll cancel your insurance. It's a pain in the backside going through it again. But my wife was outside doing something, and the postman approached her. He said, "Oh," he said, "yeah, we got a letter here." He said, "for your husband." And there's a couple of them, he said, in the post office that weren't delivered. So whatever. So got the letters, got the ones from the post office, but it was from these guys. And basically, I just had 2 days left. They said they were going to cancel my insurance if I didn't phone them in. But I was lucky it wasn't the weekend, so called them up, you know, give them the number, and they had me waiting obviously for 20 minutes on the line where they checked if I paid, and I said I did pay. I'm actually displaying the insurance. And yeah, that was done, and then they sent me out a letter confirming. But a lot of red tape for something that was a very simple thing to do on their end. You know. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. They like to do all those very strict things to their citizens, alright. I still don't know what the end game is in that, Wolf, to be honest. But a Spanish company has it now. Yeah. But I think an unnecessary headache, you know, seeing as they already had the information. Maybe it's more of a declaration than that you would have to do it personally. I don't know, maybe it's something, maybe they need the number now and they need you to say it. Because I've heard rumors that, you know, people are now starting to use fake driving licenses, you know, saying that they're qualified drivers for buses and stuff, and then applying for jobs, and they're not qualified to do so. That was a thing when we first got the influx in here, Wolf. I remember driving through Limerick City. There was a guy driving a huge truck for deliveries, and he was going through the lights, and he had to take a right turn, and let's say, you know, going out down the Duke Carriageway towards Cork City, and he took out the traffic lights, which was the biggest rookiest thing I've ever seen. Granted, they're huge trucks, but you know, the guys driving those are usually pretty decent, you know, very good drivers. This guy didn't know what he was doing, and for the life of me, I couldn't understand how he could make such a mistake. He sideswiped the whole thing. But yeah, then, you know, there was a lot of investigation done into licenses and stuff. You see, if you're from another European country, Wolf, and you come here, and you come in with a full license, they'll honour that and give you out one from here, saying, well, that's good enough. But the problem is, I think they haven't been checking it properly, you know. And apparently in some European countries, especially to the east, it's pretty easy to kind of bribe people and stuff, let's say, and get fake licenses. It can be done here as well, but apparently, you know, that's what's been happening. But this was a problem back 20 years ago. Why address it now? You know, back then was the time to require a kind of declaration, you know, of your license number. But yeah, a lot of stupid red tape. It's a bit late now, really, to be doing this. We are living in strange times indeed. What is it someone said to me? We are living in a time of smartphones and dumb people. But I don't blame the insurance company, because I'm almost sure it's a requirement from the government. You know, those guys that really make some great laws and decisions? Those guys. Oops. Yeah, we get this one over here. There, just as simple as that. Just need to do it a couple of thousand times and you're good. No, don't be like that. I want to know about to the center. Oops. Here, you come here. You really, I should get the bottles in first, you know, then I can see the center on this. Yeah, that looks good. I can live with that. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these little guys. Oh, we could go with a pail of water there, so... okay, we'll just get these up anyway for starters. Okay, we'll go with the bottles first, and I'm just killing time here. I wouldn't usually be doing this, I'd be doing this offline, but we have, you know, we gotta wait till the next season, so that's about 7 minutes. So this way we're not just waiting around. I think I'll get the bottles up first. Oh, that's some nice balancing act on that one. But as awkward as this looks, it's way easier doing this on this game than Oblivion. Although granted, Oblivion wasn't a building game. There has been a lot of pushback here. I was kind of catching up with things that were happening here. I do it from time to time. But there's a ton of new laws going through the Oireachtas. The Oireachtas would be like our version, let's say, of the Senate in the US. But they're tightening up the citizen requirements here. There was a system here where, you know, if you were born here, you automatically had citizenship. I think they've tightened that up a little bit because, yeah, the proportion of it doesn't seem right. But now I think you've got to be born here, and at least one of your parents has got to be a citizen. What was apparently happening was people were coming here, families, well, usually women, you know, just before they get birth, and they would have their kids here. And that kind of, you know, once the kid was born here, then, you know, without any friction, an entire family could move. But the amount of numbers that were coming in would suggest that it was on purpose. So they've been tightening up. This has only been done because of the backlash, to be honest. You know, there's a few more as well. I think they've got a term from, they're called anchor babies. But if you've got a law system, let's say, that's woefully out of date, it's going to be taken advantage of. But to be honest, the government brought it on itself. You know what I mean? Because the corporations and the employers here, when the influx first happened, Wolf, they were salivating because they thought they would get, you know, massive amounts of minimum wage workers. Yeah, they were really, really overjoyed. In my local town, let's say, I remember when I used to work there when I was a kid. To be honest, the people, I'd say, it wasn't a big workforce. Maybe about 300 or so. Now, I think maybe 10%, you know, might be Irish working there. And if a job opportunity does open up, someone's cousin is flown in to get that one. Maybe not altogether bad, but if you look at it from, you know, the locals' point of view, yeah, they're still paying tax, you know, they're still doing that. But you know, there's people that have been here for, you know, countless generations. Their kids now, because there's no local work, are tending to immigrate a lot more, you know. No, that's the 7th time that Microsoft have spammed me with that update. I'm not saying that's good, or I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it's a kind of reality here. Which I'm sure this is a reality that has been played out over the centuries in many countries. Well, at least we'll have one of these out of the way and we didn't waste our time here waiting around for that clock to run down. I like it. What's the time? Not long left. A few minutes. Suppose we'll get a few in the other one. We'll finish the decorating job a little later. We'll do it in little bits and pieces because it is tedious beyond words. And this, believe it or not, is not as easy as it looks. Oh, we did the other one. Oh, hang on, we have the flowery things here, don't we? We do. This is dandelion, isn't it? It is. Yeah, okay. Just 3 more items to put up after this, and then we'll go right to the next season. Cool. There'll be a lot to do in the summer. It'll be much more fun. And hopefully I'll try a few repeat loads and see if we can get quest from our kid or wife. Those ones are kind of interesting. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Oh, hi Captain Gold, and how are you? Thanks for following, appreciate it. We're just doing a tiny bit of decorating on this. We're just killing time so we can play out the season. You know, the minimum of 3 days. And then I'll give everyone a look at what I did on the time I was off. That's not great now, that one. It's a bit better. Oh, well, thank you, Captain. Appreciate it. So, how have you been? What have you been up to? I took a little break from this. We were doing the Redux quest expedition from No Man's Sky. Pretty interesting. But they're the only games that seem to be worth playing these days are these indie games. Some of them are actually quite good, like this one. There we go. Now, this is the settlement I've been doing here. I've been kind of pushing the Unreal 5 engine on this. I still don't know its limits. If this was the creation engine, I would know, but on this one... But so far I'm impressed. So that's our settlement here, houses, barns, all that kind of stuff. Orchards, fields. This is my area, down here. So that's what we've got from here. It's really better seeing this in the summer. For this playthrough on this map, let's say we're on the valley map. We started with Oxbow. We did that quite some time ago. Yeah, I got the DLC for new plants, so yeah, I can make this a little different than the other one. So this place is we can't see it properly here. It's pretty huge. Well, spring is the time to see this. It's pretty big, yeah. It's not easy to get the map lines right. You've got to be spot on. But I use the same kind of system I would use, let's say, in the likes of Valheim when I was doing moats and walls. I just measure up with the fuel system and you would drop down a stone as a measurement. I'm getting a little bit of pullback in frames, but I don't blame it, to be honest. I'm still impressed. But this will look pretty decent in the summer. Oh, we've got 44 houses here. Forget how many buildings. But quite a few. I'll give you a little tour in a second. Yeah, we finished one on the Oxbow settlement. Would you like to see that? That one is done. I've got it on a save here. But that one I did without the DLC. So any trees that's there are the original trees. So when I was making that settlement, I was pretty careful about saving them. I think we only took a dozen trees to make that settlement. Now we'll have to get our guys in. Yeah, summer's coming in, or spring is coming in, so we'll have a lot to do. We'll pull them back from the mines. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, way too many there. We'll just get a little bit organized here. So I'll just fill up 3 of these. 12 farms should be enough. I've got a lot of crops going on, so. Okay, that's one. And eventually when this next batch of kids come in, I won't have to be doing this. A long time. But I do it an hour and here every day, you know. But yeah, it keeps me occupied. Can't complain. And it is very, very immersive, you know. And it depends on what you like, really. And we all have, you know, different likes and dislikes in games. But the way I do it, yeah, it takes a bit of time. I try to get everything as perfect as I can. Now just one more and then I'll check. Miners. There, that's enough. Let's see. Did I overdo it here? No, we're good, we're good, we're good. There's just one more thing I want to collect. That's a gift from my kid. But I'm playing actually with the first kid, so my original NPC, he's just living here. He should live for a few years, yeah, I'd say. Yeah. This is, well, it's pretty decent with the building once you get into it. Depends on the map you started on. You know, if you go with the story map, you'll have to do the quests and stuff before you kind of get anywhere with it, but it always gives you something to do, you know? Where am I going? I'm getting lost here now. Just gotta collect a gift for the kids, so, you know, when we wake up on the other season, I don't have to go look for him again. But yeah, once I do that, I'll go back here and save. And I'll show you a finished settlement on the Oxbow map. This, because I've got more stuff to decorate it, but it's going to take a bit longer, and I'll see if I can do a better job on this one. I know better is subjective, but there's something a little bit more to it. But with the DLC you can plant your own trees. Although to be honest, getting the seeds is a pain in the backside, but it can be done. And the sheer amount of trees here obviously is not that healthy for the cell, because they have got a little bit of animation. Yeah, so... But yeah, I'll take my hat off to the creation, or the Unreal Engine, and it can take a lot of abuse. And then I suppose it's a small map. Yeah, I always give it a double save. There. Right, I'll show you the finished one on Oxbow. And then we'll get back here and we'll get into another season. Yeah, we finished this about 5 months ago, I think. Ish. Unfortunately, it's in the autumn. I'll have to get in there eventually and get it to summer. And whenever I get the time, I know I keep saying this, I'll upload it to YouTube. Just suffering from motivation these days. That load it is. Yep. This is usually just for multiplayer and stuff. But I started on this map, kind of learned the ropes of the game, and then went into the story one. And I had 3 achievements to get as well, so I got those. This one is finished. But as I said, bear in mind that we couldn't do any of the flower bushes that we have on the other map, and we couldn't plant trees, so every tree here was kind of precious, you know, because once we took it away, it was gone forever. We had no way of replacing it, so I went out of my way to save them. I'll tell you, it did make it interesting. I'm doing the extra step on this one of decorating inside as well, as you're seeing, because I'll probably never come back to this game now I'm finished. So I want to make this one a good run. Come on now. But this one is on the Oxbow map, right at the mine and the waterfall. Definitely the most scenic spot, but the ground, yeah, a bit iffy, but you'll eventually get around it. The hill worked out perfect here for my mill. It made a nice backdrop, and so we can never get in. Eventually. There we go. So, this is my settlement at Oxbow. Yeah, it's a pity I couldn't plant trees there, but we didn't have the DLC. I think the DLC came out about 3 or 4 days after I finished this playthrough. Yeah, it worked out perfect for a mill. The other one will be more covered than this one. And what you see me doing in another house is pretty much here. Now, if this was spring or summer, you know, those would be in full bloom, those flowers. Everything here was built except the bridge down there, obviously, and the road coming in. The rest we added. That was something to put in. That palisade. Probably the hardest thing. Yeah, I found when I was coming across with the walls, because I went on the other side. Yeah, it took me about 10 minutes thinking about how I'm going to manage this. So I couldn't leave it open. So I said, hang on, I'll go with a bridge and put a few nets in. But managed to get the entire thing, you know, encompassed with that. Oh, hang on, we're going the other way, aren't we? This one is only about 2/3 the size of the one I'm doing. I thought about it for a while. I said, yeah, okay. And I was pleasantly surprised when I could get that fence. My biggest fear was the fence wouldn't go close enough to the bridge. So what I did was, once I didn't, so I took out that piece of the bridge, I measured it out correctly, and then I managed to replace the bridge piece. And I think it was this one here that was kind of going back a bit. So I just took this out, put it in, and then replaced this, and it worked. A little bit more of a give, you know, when you're putting that in there. But getting it that neat was top priority. And all of these will have to be in one piece, because if you continue from it again, it creates a bit of a space and it's really ugly. So let's say from here all the way to wherever it's ending will have to be in one piece. So it'll be going all the way around there, all the way down there, and I think it's where it's ending. But it takes a while to kind of measure it out. Yeah, right to there. Oh, there's a nice pond here as well. That's the best I could do with the pond. Well, it kind of comes together itself, Captain. You'd start from the center, let's say I did with a large orchard. And then you'd slowly put in some roads, and the terrain would pretty much dictate what you build, how you'd build it, and you'd kind of do it in layers, you know. But that's the one kind of bonus thing about having uneven ground. You're never really gonna know what you're gonna do. If you're doing a couple of settlements and you had lovely flat ground, it would probably work out a kind of a grid kind of thing, you know. That would kind of creep up on you. So it kind of, you know, you'd have certain things you'd need to build, and that would dictate where you would build them. You know, you'd come into little problems like I did here. You know, stuff like that, and this kind of thing here. Let's say, let me see this guy. Yeah, this is, yeah, it's a bit smaller, I think, than the other one. It is. A bit on the narrow side. So you can see this from here, and this is in Gaelic, but the English translation of this roughly would be far from home. That's what I call this settlement. And my Gaelic is brutal, but it's pronounced Fadabalya. The O Fada would be pronounced AH. So Fadabalya. Of course, I murdered our Gaelic, but... And then let's say... We'll go photo mode. As I said, in spring this looks a lot better when you've got the colours. Now that worked out perfect for me, that mill. That was a big problem for me because, well, all you can really do on these is put some fields. But seeing as I had the mill, it worked out really well. It's pretty much a centerpiece. You can make a problem a centerpiece too. That's our massive orchard. But that's what takes the time, all of the little things. And I'm doing the extra step of doing the houses inside. Well, thank you, Captain. But massive fun to create. But you really have to be into building, I suppose. There's no harm in just putting up kind of basics as well. That's what you want from a game. Just depends on what you want. Not everyone would have the time. And seeing as I'm retired, I've got a lot of time. Yeah, this was the clincher for me, this waterfall. Why I picked this spot. There was other places easier to build. But this, yeah. You can't beat that. And of course, the added bonus of a mine here. Definitely helps.
I should bring my relatives over.
This didn't turn out too bad either.
Maybe not cousin Matthew.
Should never overdo it with the lighting. Always, you know, back it with a tree or something. And yeah, all the original trees. But it's the trees that actually make a settlement. But I wanted something different on this other one, so I'm kind of create a kind of canopy kind of effect over it. This is my main inn, tavern. But I did a double tavern in the other one, so I wanted to do it differently, obviously. And you get a band here sometimes. And that's it. That's pretty much what I did on this one. The other one I think will take a bit longer. But I've got most of it done. And that's the Oxbow settlement. All the original trees. That was my biggest problem here. Getting level ground for the housing. Oh, no problem. Yeah, it's nice when they show up in odd time. It gives it a little bit of immersion, doesn't it? I think that was... They did a good job on this. But the devs were called Render Cube. If they did anything in the future, I'd totally get it. But they're the guys who... the kind of producers, or whatever you call it. Those guys are called Toplets. Now, apparently they did similar game, or games, that have this kind of thing, but lots of people have been talking to me. One is done with a kind of Japanese style. The people who played this were not really impressed with that one. And they said it was pretty janky, not great on the building, and you know, it felt unfinished. I have zero complaints with this. This is pretty polished. It's pretty immersive, and it's some good work, you know. I would definitely recommend this to anyone who, you know, would be into these kind of games, the likes of Subnautica and No Man's Sky and that kind of stuff. All this is kind of unique even to those. So, that's it there. I'll give you a quick one once we get into summer in this one. Although this settlement now will look better, or sorry, spring, it will look better in summer. The plants they gave me on this one, they only bloom in summer, with the spring plants. But I was underwhelmed with the amount of plants they give us, but still, you know, there's still a few. And the ability to plant our own trees, it's pretty good. So let's get to spring pretty quick. We've got a lot of work to do. The guys coming in will do the farming and that. But usually what I would do is just grab the junk that was made during the season, do my little rounds, sell that junk, be on the lookout for new stuff I might need. But basically I'm making everything I need. And once we get back, that will take the whole day. You know, save and then start getting into it. I've set it to 30 days, Captain, because you know what it's like. You know, if you're doing something, you know, it might take you 3 days, it might take you 5, it might take you a week. But we can always, you know, once we pass 3 days, we're only held in the game for 3 days. We can sleep anytime we want, so, you know, I try to get it done as quick as possible. You know, aging up settlers a bit for the other generations to come along. I want to make it interesting. I set out with about 2.5 dozen settlers from the start, and then their offspring and that, and then, you know, kind of working with those. If I'm really stuck, let's say, you know, at least one other offspring with a new guy, that kind of stuff. So you had a kind of original 2.5 dozen settlers, which are all in their 50s now. Now, while that's loading up, I'll quickly get something to drink. So, mostly decorating. There's a lot I've got to do on the right hand side, and then I'll turn my attention to a small area on the left, and then straight up the center, which I've done little bits and pieces here and there. Of course, we'll have the usual animal deaths. I haven't had a settler pass away yet, but it's getting there. I'd say within the next few years we should see them dropping off. What have we got here? There we go. I was hoping for a quest from one of these guys, or even my kid. Oh, he's got a quest. We'll take his quest. Now, let's just save this for a moment. Yeah, they're the only ones I'm really interested in doing. Lurk, no problem. Thanks for the lurk, Captain. Appreciate it. No problem, you're always welcome here. Have a good one. Take care, and thanks again for following. Appreciate it. Be well, Captain. Bye. That's it, I think we're done. But I wonder, can we do it from here? No, it won't let me out. There's still a lot to do in this little guy. But it's mostly the tedious nitpicking stuff. This one is much different. There is a ton of trees in this, so it's going to you know, it's going to test this game. But I'm willing to try. There's a lot of buildings here, but most are hidden by trees. You really want to be in the middle. Have a good look at this. Yeah, I mean a lot. Let's talk to this guy. Actually, we can get back to him. We'll go up and make sure repairs are done. Yeah, I finished the middle sections, as you can see. these ones will have a lot of colour once summer comes. But I'm working on this area here. Oh, let's see, is there anyone back? Yeah, the building repairs, if you're still there, Captain. You've got to do that manually from the shed. It took me a while to realise that. Is there anyone back? No, we're good. There's a kind of stall in population now. I still have room for about a dozen at least, not 15. Yeah, this place is, I think it's even bigger than the other one. That one is fully finished. It took quite some time. God, that's a big area, isn't it? Okay. Going this way. So section by section I'll do this and we'll finish it 100% and then move on. Where's my gate? Oh, here it is. Yeah, that kind of junk. These are stones they give us for decorating with the DLC. So I managed to incorporate these guys as a pillar. That kind of junk. Now, this is the only thing that it's not done automatically by the NPCs. So you gotta tell them what to do, but this is the only one. And you've only got to do it once every season anyway, so it's not a biggie. There we go. So yeah, this is the decorating I've been doing here. I'll give you a quick one on this. It takes a bit of time to finish the small details on this. And those are all left done by hand. You'll never stop the stones and stuff appearing every season. And these didn't turn out too bad, I suppose. I've gone the extra mile on this with these here, which I didn't do in the other settlement. Actually decorating the inside of it with a slightly different style. So I finished that. This is from the last time you've seen it, and pretty much, did all of the stuff on the other side. The fencing, the buildings, stuff like that. Yeah, it's a pity that actually that's a pretty nice color, kind of white. But next season. I managed to get my orchards and stuff in. Do something with that later. Yeah, this is the smaller houses. I'll eventually have to do the final touches on those. Now, this is not done. This is a rough thing of what I want to do. I'll come in later here and finish it. This is pretty much done, except some minor decorating here. And if you can remember, guys, that was the large forest, wasn't it? The other one. Now, this is my spot, and I haven't really touched that much. I'm gonna have to think up something drastic for that one. Let me just go down here for a moment. So not much here, except the fencing, a couple of more houses down here, and another woodshed. Most of the stuff was done in here. But the layout is done. All of the fencing is in. Well, almost all. There's a couple of entrances I've got to work on. So all of the heavy lifting is done. Yeah, this one I'm still working on. I'll have to sort out what I want to do with that later. So, new pear orchard here. Now on this I obviously had problems, so you can see the design I have on this one. You've got that kind of pyramid thing on each side. Well, obviously the reason was because of this here. That was the best I could get away with on that one. I will be coming back when I'm doing all of this section to see if I can improve on it here and there in places. So that's new. And this is new. This is our hops farm here. This is also new. 4 houses, and I'll figure out what I want on the back later. These are all finished, except for the decorating inside. Yeah, the freehand stuff. These are new. Well, that was always there. So was that. And I did a bit around the mill. It took a massive amount of time, you know, to get this done. And this kind of stuff. I'll have to, well, I won't even worry about it till I'm coming through here. I'll have to figure out what I want with this piece of dead ground as well. And something down here. And then the random decorating, of course. Oh, this is pretty much finished. I don't think there's much more I could do with that. This needs another little touch of something that I'll worry about it when I get here again. This is our kind of public gardens. We'll work something out. Now, okay. Let's talk to our kid. And we'll check on the 2 guys we're training as well. But we'll have plenty to do. Okay, he's an 8. Where's my... Yeah. That'll be okay for another season, that's better. Right. Let's go and talk to our kid. Oh, let's see if our vendor is here. This needs a lot of tedious stuff as well. Not to worry. Now I want to get his quest first. Where is it? We gotta pay taxes as well. Oh, we didn't even pick it up, did we? Yeah, we gotta pick it up. Hang on. I'll have to do the bric-a-brac on that later, but I won't even touch it until I'm doing that section. Well, that's the best I could do with this centerpiece here. I can't really get any more in without overdoing it. Now, where's my kid? Ah, that little bugger. Where is he? Huh. Okay, I'm assuming it's this guy. Well, we didn't really do much. I'll tell you what we'll do. I did save it. We'll reload. No, we won't. Go find him. Yeah, let's go find him. Okay, it's one of these guys. Oh, hang on. There's an easier way of doing this. Yeah, where's this little guy? Yeah, you can really get around that guy, can't he? I don't see him. Yeah, he should be a different... Oh, he's not actually a different colour. Got a weird shape. Let me see. Where is he? Is that him there? I don't know. That's pretty weird, unless he's hiding beneath the sign. I can reload it anyway. Make much of a difference. Sure, it'll pop up in a moment. I don't see him. Here, let me stand up and have a closer look at this. That's the weirdest thing ever. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of these anyway. And he's probably close to another NPC. Oh, there he is. I see him. There he is there. That should have doing a different colour on that. He's hanging out around the fields. Okay, where is he now? Oh, he's back behind me. There he is. Dad, look what I found. It's for you. Very nice, thank you. Okay, that wasn't much. There. I'll give him that anyway. Now, how's it going? I'm hungry. Okay. We probably have to get this guy something to eat. There should still be stew left in the cauldron. I ate it all. Already? Oh my, feeding bear, blah blah blah. I need to eat so as strong as you. My lemon is a child for having such an extra only. Okay. Nothing, okay. Get you something. What would you like? I think a pastry, some fruit is the best way. Uh-oh, you want a pie, right? Yes, sneaky little rascal. So, sweet tooth. Haven't done this one before. I think we might be able to make it here before we go, will we? Sweet tooth. A poppy seed pie. I think we should be able to do that. I've got some poppies somewhere. Poppy seed pie.
Will it take long?
Yeah, come on now. Move. Move it. Move it. Pie. Poppy seed pie. Yep. That's what he said he wanted. No problem, Cajun. Nice to have you here. And you too. Have a good one, Cajun. Take care and stay safe. Bye. That's it. I think that will do. Yep. Let's give it back to this little brat. Where is this guy? Oh, there he is. There he is. I got you a fresh pie. pie. You're the best.
I wonder what these two rabbits were doing.
Done. Yeah, we just get more affection from this guy, I think.
Hi.
So what is it up to now? Not bad, 38%. It'll carry over most of my traits, and you know, when I switch characters, it'll be easier. Now, I suppose we'll grab our junk. We'll go on a run. Once we get rid of all that junk, yeah, we have as long as we want, within reason, in this season. What will we work on? We'll work on this section. We'll try and work our way up and decide how we're going to finish this one way or another. This is usually a slow enough process, but we'll get through it. If we can get this end done, I don't know, guys. It takes a long time. We'll see. Okay. Let's go collect our junk. Yeah, we're okay for those. We'll just collect the junk we have here. We'll check see what we're like for buckets as well. I haven't got enough guys in. I've been kind of making them myself. Ah, there's enough. 86. Yeah, I suppose. Oh, hi, Salmac. And how have you been? Now, let's see. Okay, 117. I'll keep it down to about 500. This is where I get my junk for selling mostly. We don't keep doing this. I'll fine tune it later. It's kind of handy for stuff that we need to sell. Okay. Just kind of plow those down a bit. They get out of hand real quick. Yeah, real quick. Just keep them around the 2,000 mark. And then we should be good. Oh, that's good to hear that you're good. And you're annoyed. Ah, so. Run into a spot of water, something like, yeah? Yeah, I just trimmed this down a little bit and then we can be off. Almost there. That's a lot of hops, but we'll be needing that for alcohol later once I could have organized that little piece. Let's see. Okay. Almost there, guys. Here, get rid of some of those. It's way too much. Getting there. Yeah, sure, no problem. But some are constantly bad-mouthing Bethesda. I'm not gonna name names, I mean. Yeah. It's just... You know, maybe it's just their opinion. I wouldn't be too offended by that. A lot of people are not happy with BGS, Mac, and it's not so much hate. It's more a disappointment. Um, let's say, if you're a big fan of a company and they seem to be dead set on, in your opinion, um, let's say, in destroying the IPs that you really like, and you know the ones they're coming up with, they're getting too far away. You get this kind of mindset thing across everything, across books, across movies, and obviously across games. Um, but I wouldn't read too much into it. It's more of a disappointment. Some people will show it in anger, and other people will just walk away from the entire franchise. You know. Oh, they're overdoing it. Ah, yeah. Well, maybe they're really, really angry. Yeah. So it's more of a. Can we talk about something else, please? Yeah. But I wouldn't go too much to bat for BGS or for any corporation, to be honest, because let's say they haven't been going to bat for their, for their customers, for their fan base. On the contrary, really, they've been kind of putting them down a lot. And it's been a bit of a topic across all games. But if it's just a constant thing, yeah, yeah, it's okay to talk about it a while and get it off your chest. But no, I couldn't talk about them endlessly. I think my life would involve more than just the BGS games. But yeah, but maybe they think it's a nice talking point. Sometimes, they kind of stick with that because they can't think of anything else, I suppose. Hmm. Maybe directing the conversation in another way would be helpful, Samak, in a kind of diplomatic way, But yeah, hearing the same thing over and over can be a bit of a... Unless there's some new information. If BGS, they do something new, then obviously voice your opinion. But if it's, BGS make bad games and whatever, or that can be part of a discussion, let's say, with something else that they did. But to keep repeating the same thing with no info, it can make for a kind of a sticky conversation indeed. Yeah. But they're maybe just angry, I'd say, And most BGS fans are. And I think it might be worry as well about this new Elder Scrolls coming out. Yeah, rarely does a game, affect so many people. But, it was a kind of perfect storm, Samak. The game was really good for its day. And, gaming was relatively new when BGS got in, even with Skyrim and that. It wasn't the monster it is now. And a lot of people they have a sentimental kind of attachment to it. So it's in a unique position, to be honest. So I think that's why you'll hear a lot more banter about BGS than let's say some of the newer companies. The more history you have, with the games you play from a developer, whatever the case may be, especially if you were younger and that, and the fond memories you have. Yeah, it's more of that. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of other topics. But some people out there kind of get attached to platforms. You remember that old thing where they used to be talking about the console wars? Nah, Sony is better than Microsoft. Microsoft is better than Sony. Kind of pointless in a sense because it's like... How could I put this? It's like kind of, praising one overlord, over another. They're all corporations that want to make money. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I know you've been busy. Not too bad, not too bad. Just some more tests to do on the 8th of December and stuff, but yeah, pretty decent. Pretty decent. I hope you've been well, Samek. And how have you been? Anything different with you? That's the usual stuff with me. You pretty much know the story. I've been running high blood pressure, on a ton of meds. Pretty much on those guys for life, I'd say. We'll have to go every few months for tons of checkups, and I have 2 grandkids, and waiting for Christmas. The usual stuff. Yeah, pretty much up to date. Oh, horrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. I'm on medication, let's say, to drop the odds of that. But with high blood pressure, the odds really do creep up. That's the last thing I need. Oh yeah, thank goodness she's recovered. Yeah. But it's always a constant worry, isn't it? That's my biggest fear, I suppose. But response here is pretty good, but still. It's always a worry, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just trimming this down a little bit and then we'll get on our way. Oh, sugar. I think we're pretty much done. All the wool. And then we're done. I'm going to be getting a nursing home who helped her recover a thank you card. Oh, that's a pretty decent idea. Yeah, absolutely. They do a lot of sterling work there, alright. Now, I think we are done. That's it for that one. Now let's get rid of our food and then we're off. Yeah, we got a lot of junk, don't we? Hmm. 387. Silly. Just leave 100 on these guys. Yeah, I just want to trim this down. Then we're good to go. That's it. We just get that other stuff. We'll leave them 100 on that. It's more than enough with the hunters I've got. 585, so 485. There. We're off. In this game, I'm still working on this one. This is a good bit bigger than the other one, and I want to put a little bit more detail into this guy. Yeah, let's just see if we got anyone here. Not really. Let me just save it here and I'll show you. So this one is huge. But I'm starting to do the finer details now, and it's going to take time. But it's a biggie. The trees were ambitious because, you know, I wasn't sure. There's animation on the trees, obviously, so when there's wind, they'll move. But this many trees in this small area, with this many decorations, trying 150 NPCs doing their work, we'll see how it goes. But the game has been holding up really well. I must praise it for that. Yeah. It ain't no creation engine, I can tell you that. If this was a creation engine, I could tell you down to maybe even within 5 pieces when the whole thing was going to implode. But this one, yeah, it's pretty decent. Now, we've all heard the stories that, you know, the creation engine still is a decent engine. It's just the guys that's got running it, just like their games, they don't really care. They don't give it the attention it needs. But yeah, they've probably optimized it well. The devs took their time on this as well, which means a lot, doesn't it? Yeah. But it's still a good bit to go. But I'm confident the game will handle it. I'm impressed. They've optimized it well. Yeah, even the trees. Except this road here, of course. All hand placed. It takes time, but I don't have much to do. Once you're used to building, certain areas will go pretty quick, obviously. The hardest thing is to try to figure out what you want, what would look best. This I'll be working on later, obviously. This is when we come back for our little shopping tour. Yeah, just like what we were doing in Fallout 4. But let's say unlike Fallout 4, there's no existing buildings. You know? And during the summer this will look better because, you know, all the plants bloom in the summer. Not the kind of look I was going for. I was thinking in the beginning about the hedges and that, but I wanted to kind of do a more kind of wooded kind of settlement. You know, a lot of canopy cover on this. It might not look so well from the air, but on the ground it looks a bit different. I kind of did that on the last one, so I wanted to do something different. But it definitely gives it more of a kind of, you know, living in a forest kind of look. You know, once you've got a lot of trees in place. So I was going for a different look on this one. The bushes would give you maybe a better look from the air. But what tends to happen, and I'll show you what tends to happen, if I did the hedges and bushes here, let's say here, let me just save this. And I'll show you the kind of look you get all over the settlement, which, in my opinion, on the ground, from the air, it would look amazing. But on the ground, it would look very, very systematic, very... Well, I know it's planned, but it would really look planned. It would definitely resemble a grid system. This is me with the hedges. You see where I'm going now? You get that very claustrophobic kind of feel. It's okay to have it in the center when you're branching out. And in bits and pieces of a settlement. But you would have to vary it up as well. Even imagine that without the walls, it wouldn't make much of a difference. But definitely would look nice from the air. But too much of a kind of a car park looking thing. Yeah. Yeah. But when you're building on this scale, you have to take that into account. In a system like that, you would branch out from the middle, going like that, and then maybe some on the edges. And then you would need what we would call kind of breaks in it, you know. But yeah, I was heavily considering the hedges. But if this was lined with hedges each side of the road, too much. Not to mention, I can imagine the extra strain as well. Yeah? All depends on what you want it to look like, I suppose. The other one, I concentrated more on what the overhead view was. On this one, I want to do something more like what it looks at ground level. Kind of prioritize that one. Needed to be different anyway. Now let's get our shopping trip done as quick as we can. Now let's see where we are on this. I had to work away at that one. Yeah, we're good. Might get attacked by a wolf, so we better... Oh, sugar. Yeah, take that in the head. Silly wolf. There's 4 of them in there. Now, let's keep going. It was quite a job getting those seeds, so Mac. I had to go to the other end of the map, chopping down those trees. The drop rate is ridiculous. I worked it out over per each 1,000 trees, I'd say. Yeah, 1,000 trees. About a 7% drop rate. Whoa, max. Max, maybe 10% drop rate. But it would usually work out an average of about 8. So for every 100 trees, you'd probably get about 8 seeds to make 8 trees. That's a lot of trees. I think it's more like 7, to be honest. But it's nice to have the stuff to work with. But even at this, you can kind of get burned out, you know what I mean? Hi, Voltron. And thanks for the luck, appreciate it. Hope you've been well. This gives me something to do.
How do you do?
I want to go the extra mile. Oh, excuse me. On this one. And do the decorating inside. Because I'll definitely be done with Medieval Dynasty after this. You'll probably never see me play it again. But it's a great game. It's just, you know, that once I've done the 2 maps and built 2 big settlements, there's nothing different enough to get me back, you know. There's still some other stuff I want to do. And then when the gaming market opens up, you know, early next year, I'll have a chance of, you know, getting different games on other platforms, you know, for my console, without the headache of trying to work out a PC thing, which will be cool. I'll be playing Fallout London, and I'll be playing Enderall and doing Shrouded and stuff like that. Still posting on YouTube, yeah. But I never got around to posting these settlements. I'll have to do it. You see, my problem on console, Mac, is if I'm making a video for YouTube, I've got to go live, and it's only about 15 minutes. If I had a system where I could do it offline and post it to YouTube, I'd probably have them all up. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's kind of, well, once inconvenient, but and then I'm so tired as well, you know. But I've still got them, and I will eventually post them. And maybe if you ever see me on, let's say I'm thinking about doing it shortly, within the next couple of weeks, maybe a month. You know, posting these in short videos, let's say for the settlement tours, and then go back in and see how much damage is done with the updates in Valheim. See if I can get those back into shape. I wouldn't say there'd be anything wrong with those, but you never know after updates. Check them out and then post those ones as well, and then I'll be pretty much up to date. I don't even think I got the guys on Fallout 4. You remember that kind of lore-friendly one I did? They're probably destroyed now because of the updates. Yeah, but still, I gotta play through from it.
Another client. Welcome. Good luck.
Now, did we lose any animals, guys? I don't think we did. I don't think so. Yeah, they're guaranteed done. You remember that one I did, the last one I did on Fallout 4, where we did the kind of no mods, zero stuff. Yeah, I don't think we're doing any mods. Just the stuff we had. Yeah. I don't know, did we lose any animals? Oh, we'll find out pretty quickly. No, I think we got away this time. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
The best ones are always taken.
Alright, where are these NPCs? Oh, there's only 3 of them here. See if we can find them.
How? Trade is in my nature. Hope to see you soon.
Now, where's the other guy? There he is.
How have you? I've got everything you need.
Oh yeah, he might have some seeds. No, it's PC only, Samak. Yeah, I've always wanted to play Enshrouded. I was following it, let's say, when it was being developed. Before it came out, it was released on PC. It's probably come a long way since then. It's PC only. But once the new consoles come out, and the Steam machine, which, I don't know, 8 VRAM, who knows, maybe they've optimized it, but either way the consoles will be coming out, and that will open up all the other platforms. That will open up a ton of new games for me. Yeah, it's the best thing that ever happened in gaming for console people. You know, it should have been done a decade ago, Mac. You know, console has been holding back and holding back, and even though Xbox were the first to announce the way they were going, Steam shortly followed with the Steam machine. So the Steam machine was probably in the works for a while. Microsoft probably knew this and took the first step, you know, kind of thing. And so yeah, there will be more competition, and more competition is always good. Well, we'll see how it goes. It should be an interesting couple of years, let's say, in gaming. But, you know, having something that's a lot more powerful, even if it is more expensive, with still that ease of console, you know, where you're not looking at specs and doing that kind of stuff. And you'll have access to, I would say, most of the games. from Steam. We're pretty decent. Well, I'll be able to sift through maybe 100 times more games than you get on Xboxes. Uh, if you like certain type of games, let's say, for me it's not great. Mm. I've heard rumors that you can use any controller on it. Because Sony will be coming out with theirs, Xbox will be coming out with theirs, and Steam Machine are coming out as well. And with their one, well, actually you can use any controller and tune it into it. I would say that Xbox, well, if they want to survive, would have to do the same. Now, Xbox apparently said, we'll see if they keep their word, Microsoft, that there'll be no more this junk that they're doing on console where they're hiding multiplayer behind a paywall. Well, if they're going to compete with Steam, they've got no choice. So, Xbox, obviously, under Microsoft's leadership, are becoming a little less toxic now. But only because they were forced to do it by competition. And this is the problem. If you control too much of a market on a certain system, or whatever the case may be, it's always bad for the customer. You get less and less, every month or year that goes by, that's costing more and more. And this is across the board in any industry. This will always happen. The only thing that keeps things in check is competition, and especially new competition. And Steam are, I think, exactly what we need right now. Yeah, it's not that they changed either. They were always Microsoft. What you probably liked was Xbox, and Xbox wasn't much of a thing to Microsoft before. It was a platform they had for consoles and playing games, and it was more of almost like paying for an ad campaign. It kept them relevant in that, and it was generating a reasonable amount of money. But towards what Microsoft generate, yeah, it was peanuts. So it kind of flew under the radar. Microsoft would tell them, "Don't worry about the money, just do your thing," and that's the way it went. Obviously, gaming got more popular, and especially during the pandemic, and all of that stuff. So it started to generate more and more money. For some reason, a couple of companies bought up by Xbox, Microsoft, let's say. Then they set their sights on that one for 70, 80 billion. What's it called again? Guys, it's not EA, it's the other one, the guys that own BioWare. That was a massive, massive thing. So now you had Xbox standing in Microsoft a lot of cash. So the hands-off treatment they got before of do your own thing didn't apply. Not with that much money. So now they were back on the radar again. So it was always going to be bad. There was one lady in the FTC that explained this out. Of course, the people, let's say, that would go to bat for corporations like Microsoft, obviously they gave her a hard time, emails and stuff saying that she was a hater. Well, she basically said, which it's kind of obvious really, anything about business, that if Microsoft make that acquisition, let's say, which they did, not only would Xbox game prices and the platform thing would go up, lots of jobs would be lost, and corner cutting and stuff like that, and it would be very, very bad for the consumer, and almost, well, not a monopoly, but let's say an unhealthy share of the market. Not long after she was retired, I think forcefully. I don't know if that's kind of relevant, but yeah, Microsoft said this wouldn't happen. Said they wouldn't sack anyone because of it, and they wouldn't put up the prices. But literally, as the ink was drying in court, when they got to go ahead to buy that other company, they were letting go thousands of workers, which was told, and they still let it through. Then tons more was sacked at 9,000 not so long ago. And of course the 50% rise in Xbox Game Pass. And console going up, of course, and it's going up again, Zamak. It will be going up in January. Uh, the latest excuse now is RAM prices are getting more expensive because the guys who are scamming everyone with the AI, you know, creating that to basically remove the middle class. Yeah, they've been buying up all the RAM, apparently. So, RAM prices will, at a minimum, early next year will be going up by 10%. So that will be obviously carried over. This would probably be a major factor in why Steam haven't released the price yet. They won't release it until they've, pretty much ready to go, and they know the exact prices. So if they're committed to a price now, and let's say if they're committed to, let's say, $800, but let's say their production costs kind of went up in the next few months, uh, you know, by 10% or more, putting it up again would look bad, so more than likely. But yeah, it's basically Microsoft trying to get something back for their money, which the guys at Xbox should have known. Obviously, it was proposed by the guys in Xbox. Microsoft have a lot of money, but 80 billion is 80 billion. They're not going to let that one slide. They they basically told Xbox that now they want a 30%, kind of profit from everything they do, which is unrealistic, to say the best. Most games, let's say, even the kind of hits would be, anywhere maybe 15, maybe 18%, of profit, let's say, from that. Even the likes of Baldur's Gate and Elden Ring, which are massive hits, they will be getting something maybe up to maybe 27, and then if they were hitting it out of the ballpark with a monster hit, maybe they get 30, maybe, maybe a little bit more. But Microsoft saying to Xbox that they want that from every single thing they do, you know. So the only way Xbox will kind of keep up with that demands, let's say, if you're trying to squeeze more profit from something, but you're not getting the custom. So what you're doing then is you're going to cut corners, obviously. So it's not costing you so much. So that means massive sackings, doubling up work on the guys that are there and cutting corners. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, not a good thing. But Microsoft have said it, literally on record, that Microsoft's commitment is not to players on Xbox, it's to shareholders. It can't be much clearer than that. Well, they are a business that sell games for money, and they want to give tons of money to shareholders and increase their stock and all of that stuff. So if you've got a company where their obligation is to make as much money as possible for their investors, obviously you're not going to get the best product. It's just kind of common sense. Yeah, they've changed a lot. Now, what are we looking for? No, he hasn't got it. Okay. We'll go along with this junk.
Have a good day.
Yeah, we're pretty much done then. I think we got that one, didn't we?
Another client. Have a good day.
Yeah, we're good.
My favorite activity.
I think we'll have to sleep outside this town when we get the rest of it done. But Xbox, let's say, would have, for most people, would have a kind of special place because they've been around a long time. And in the beginning, yeah, of course, they were pretty decent. They were kind of growing up a kind of ecosystem. And, you know, having played it, you know, when you're young, even the people that are, you know, married with kids and all that stuff, they would have played it as kids. So it would definitely have a lot of nostalgia. We've seen this nostalgia work, let's say, on Oblivion, where they gave it a tiny bit of a facelift, created a ton more bugs. I've still heard that that game is still not playing properly yet. They pretty much abandoned that now, like they did with Fallout 4. Now that the hype has died down and the money has dried up. And yeah, if they can though cash in on anything, they can, including nostalgia. Sure, you'll make money. You'll make a good bit short term.
Would you go faster if I paint
But it damages your brand and it turns away your core base. And without your core base, yeah, pretty much dead. Your core base will buy all of the slop that you produce, while if you do something like they did with Oblivion, where you've got a lot of new players coming in, they'll just one off on that, and you know, you get their money once and that's it. You probably won't get any returning customers.
How are you?
Welcome.
Yeah, I think we'll have to sleep after this fun, guys.
Goodbye, dear.
It is getting very dark.
We are the young. How have you? Let me show you my wares. Hope to see you soon. We still have time to become the great.
Right, let's find a place to sleep. But all it takes is a little bit of competition in the market to kind of wake everyone up. You had the likes of Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft pretty much dictating everything on console. Or let's say, console is not the way to put it. How would I put this? Kind of dictating everything for a certain audience, let's say, that would be more into the ease of console and that, and would be, you know, a long time in that ecosystem. Then you get Steam coming up with something like this, and then, you know, all of a sudden, you know, you get the other companies starting to wake up. You know, the toxic thing that, you know, Sony was doing, you know, let's say they would sell you a multiplayer game, but wouldn't let you play multiplayer unless you know, paid a subscription to them. You know, that kind of stuff. I won't even mention about the ridiculous prices they want for games. But that's just what we needed. As consumers, at least. Well, these companies, these corporations were pretty happy with the free market, you know, when it was going all their way. But new companies coming up in competition is also free market. Yeah, so let them deal with that one. Now, hang on now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, there it is. It's been a while. Let me just take that out. There. We'll get our rounds done as quickly as we can.
Hello.
And we've still got another 2 hours. We'll make a decent dent on this. This kind of slows me down, obviously. Hang on. Did he change his prices, did he? No, he didn't. I thought that inflation hit this guy. I wouldn't be surprised. Ay, ay, ay.
Consistent greeting. Let me show you my wares. Goodbye, dear.
How do you need anything?
Yeah, I just want to get rid of these for a while. There, we're done here. We've already checked the NPCs. I don't think I'll ever find a
Travelers.
friend for that other guy.
How can I
Well, I did try. Well, from what I could read up on Xbox, I think last year or something they made $1 billion or just under $1 billion. I know it's peanuts, let's say, to what kind of money that Microsoft would generate, but it's definitely not running at a loss. You know. But what I think what really killed Microsoft is, strange enough, I think it's Game Pass, first day access for new releases. You know, obviously it's gonna kind of kill their sales, and then they're spending a lot of money on these games. So I think they're kind of backtracking on that. Oh yeah, everything is
Complaining.
you know, first day access, except, you know, games that we say are not. Apparently, the Call of Duty stuff and that, they won't be first day access anymore. So, you know, you can't make a contract or a deal with Sony, or not with Sony, with Microsoft or any of them for that instance, because whatever you're promised, you know, they can backtrack. You know, which you can't do with them.
Finally, the winter's over.
Typical kind of behavior, to be honest. Promise the world, and then
Successor someday.
once they get your money,
How
obviously,
do you do?
change the rules.
Do you need anything?
No surprise there.
Take care.
Phew.
What can I... Best prizes in the area.
Yeah, why not? No.
I hope to see you.
What is it they call that in the business? Bait and switch. Yeah. Some tricks never get old, you know that. The biggest bait and switch I ever seen was the trailer for Avowed. My,
How are you?
that was historic.
How are you? Another client. Welcome. You good luck.
How do you... Another client. Welcome. Goodbye.
Right, that's half of them. Okay. Yeah, that's the rumors I heard. But it doesn't really make a difference, you know, even if Microsoft promised these things. And even if they implement them, they can do a 360 on that quite quick. But apparently, yeah, you can use any controller, and there won't be any more paywall for multiplayer.
And some firewood. And a roof over my head, of course. Damn, am I too demanding?
But I've yet to see them keep their
Where
word.
are all the good men gone?
Remember the, well, you know, Starfield and all of the new games that we're making will be exclusive on Xbox, so get yourself an Xbox so you can play the games. And then it's, oh no, we're giving a few of them over to Sony. Oh, is that what we said? Oh no, we're putting them on as many platforms as we possibly can. Yeah, that kind of stuff. But to be honest, that kind of stuff, I think, you know, I can't see it for a big business to work out. You need to be on as many platforms as possible to make as much money as possible, obviously. The exclusivity thing, let's say, would be to force people to buy your console and keep on it, keep on that. But seeing that the disaster that Xbox has been for the past 10 years, it's not enough incentive for people, you know, to do that. They were bringing them back there, all right. Let's say slowly. You know, when the Game Pass system, let's say, wasn't the dumpster fire it is today. The past few years, they've raised the prices 3 times. But I remember when the top tier was, and that's not too long ago. I think it was something like $10 or something. And then the other ones were a little bit cheaper and whatever. But I can remember the time that, you know, Microsoft would charge you just for using Party Chat. You know, you had to have, what was it? Xbox Live, do you remember that, guys? Then they said they're doubling the price of that. Remember that one? And then there was a massive backlash. And then they came out and said, oh, no. That guy was not authorized to make that statement. He did it all himself. No, we're not doing that. So, you know, I looked at it like either A, they're obviously lying and they wanted to test the water and see if they could get away with it and now they're backtracking. Or B, they're so incompetent that, you know, random people in their company can make massive statements like that. So I tend to believe that they did it, you know. Either way, it's not good. You know, kind of testing the waters. Yeah, classic move.
Only goods of the highest quality.
Nothing surprising in that. Wow, she likes meat. There.
It was nice seeing you.
Are we paying? Oh yeah, we've got to pay taxes. Yeah, we'll get him in a moment. Make sure and pay these taxes before we leave.
Well, is in my nature. Be safe.
Where's that? Where is that? Oh, he's over there. Just got 2 more NPCs. Where are we going?
How did let me show you my wares? You take it.
Ah, there you are.
Is in my nature.
Might as well get this junk out of the way. Hope to see you soon. Right. Yeah, they're all quite young compared to the ones that, you know, we were getting at the beginning of this game. They're probably all dead.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah. No, we're never finding a 40-year-old, guys. Not happening.
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna hit you with these.
it was nice seeing you.
Oh, let's see if you got any maples.
How do you...
I doubted once. You know, one guy doesn't have one. It pretty much full. Oh yes. Follow suit.
do? What?
Oh, yeah. Too young. No.
How? Let me show you my way. It was nice seeing you.
Hello?
Okay. God, this is a pain doing this, but need to get rid of that junk.
How I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Have you, Baker?
Well, I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Take care.
I don't get why some people don't like
No, all in their 20s mostly.
all the time. Hey, hand me a fish wine and I'll give that a try. How? Best prices in the area. Oh, have a good day.
How have you been?
Best prices in the area.
Okay.
It was nice seeing you.
Right, we're done here. Now we've only got 2 more settlements to hit. And the next one only has 2 vendors, probably, so we're be out of it quick enough. The last one has got a ton of
How
vendors.
is life treating you?
Let's see if we can get the special vendor here. Ah, the special vendor is here. Let's see if we got anything I want.
Hail. Price is so
Yes, I want that. They're so rare on this map. On the Oxbow map, you could get a ton of them. Yeah, I'm looking for that one.
Brad, good luck.
How only goods of the highest quality.
Wow.
What these
Okay. Yeah, all in their 20s. As I said at the very beginning of this game, they're like mid-30s, late 30s, early 40s. There's even one lady who was 50, which I found very surprising.
When things. What can I've got everything you need. It was nice seeing you.
Good night, Sir Mac. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. I hope you have a great day. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Now, last one, we'll get back and we'll see what we need to do. Definitely start on the left-hand side. I think it's a while to work out what we want. This is ton of little problems here and there, but we'll
How
see
can I
what
help
we
you?
can do. Now, oh yeah, yeah.
How do you do? Only goods of the highest quality. Good luck.
Sober's having a meeting in one.
How do you take care?
Our best prices in the area.
Now,
Sorry, it was nice seeing you.
oh, I see there's still 2 guys left.
How is in my nature.
Oh, let's see.
Did farewell.
So hot in here. Great. I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
That's it, guys. We're done. And about time. And let's get back and save this guy up. We'll see what we need to do. I still have the problem of the smaller houses needing decorating, but it's very tedious. I might skip that till I'm offline. That seems to be the one. Yeah. Now, I'll just pause this for one tiny moment, guys. Just want to check on my doggos. It won't be a second. Now, there we go. I just put this heater back on for a moment. It's warm enough here, but my feet get cold really quickly because of my blood pressure. So, just put that on for a second. Just to heat my feet for a little bit. So, this is what we've got. So, my area I'll do a little later. I'm more concerned. Yeah, okay, I think it's about time we got these done, I suppose. You See if we're going with these guys here. Well, I obviously can't. Meh. I don't know. Kind of interesting. I don't know if I could get away with something like that, would I? Nah. Oi. No, you're not getting away with that. Definitely worth a try. Yeah, no, it's there. Yeah. See the problem here on a hill system, you got that. I could, I suppose, hide it to a certain extent. I'm not really into the placement of this as well. It's all over the place. Okay, let's just make it and then we'll see if I can move it into place a little better. Oh, I see. Yeah, we can crush it in a... Ah, come on. Get it in a little bit, can we? I need a mod in this where I can kind of push it a little closer. I think it needs a bit more about there. Okay. Kind of. Yeah, I suppose it's not bad. It seems to be centered, isn't it? I might be able to work with this. I'll have to do something similar, I suppose, on the other side, but this has been bugging me for a while. Okay, there's not too much harm done. Nothing we can't rectify. I'm going with this. We're going on the outside. Okay. Come on, don't like that. I gotta be careful with this one in particular. Oh, we are in trouble. Yeah, it's a little bit on that side. That is so stupid. Okay, let me put a marking system on this. That's the only way we're going to get away with this one. And these are the little things that definitely delay me when I'm doing this kind of stuff. If I had a mod-like place anywhere, this would go real quick. There's still a way around it, it just takes a little bit longer. Okay. It's a pity I have to do it this way, but can I got no other choice. Yeah, it doesn't even look in line, does it? Let's see. Yeah, probably. No way of getting a straight line on this. No. Okay, we'll have to go with the guesswork, I'd say. Come on now. I don't know what's going on here, guys. It shouldn't... Oh, I see. I see what's wrong. No, it's not that. I suppose I have no choice. Yeah, it's just gonna give me a ton of hassle, guys. I think I'll work from the other side. I'll probably be better off. Okay. One more try. Apparently I have to come out and try from here one more time. Fence is kind of creeping out because of the hill on this. God, that's not giving me a foot to stand on that. This holds me up much longer. I'll. Ah, okay, we might be able to do something here. That looks a lot better. Yeah, here we go. A much better way. It's pretty weird, but what can you do? There. Yeah, it will work from that end, apparently. Ah, sugar. Ah, I'm so stupid I didn't, gotta leave room for the post. Yeah, that much room. Here. Okay, let me try this one more time. To be honest, I don't think this will... I'll get it from the other side. I need this to be of a certain length. Yeah. See, that's where we were. Be kind of stopping. Okay, we'll Let's see. Yeah, I'd want to be... Let's say from there. Oh yeah, we might still get away with this, guys. I think we'll still get away with it. Ah, there we go. Right, that should do it. I think.
I know only one God.
It's a bit much, but it needs to go over just a tad. Unbelievably brutal, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's see. My God, that's a massive gap to fill. Well, that's where the bushes come in handy, I suppose. Yeah, we'll do it in the morning. Let's see if we can finish that little area before we move on. It's been holding me up for quite some time. Now when that guy sleeps, I'll get something to drink. We get that done and a start on the other side. As we weave through, we will try and decorate as well, so we'll kind of finish a little area and 100% and, you know, move on if we can. Joe is gonna get these kind of problems with uneven ground.
No more snowball fights. At least there's still magic.
No. Oh, the placing is okay, it's pretty central. Now let's see. I see a tiny imperfection there, we'll just fix. I might be able to sneak it in a little bit more as well, won't we? Oh, we did. We squished it in a fraction. Yeah. Not much, but still. Now, how do I hide this? Well, our main concern are these two pieces here. The rest is pretty okay. So, well, there's only one plant that can to do anything with this. I might have overused it a bit. Ah, oh, we're out of range. Okay, let's grab some of the plants from here. I definitely don't want to go with any of the hedging anyway. Okay, let's grab some junk. I'll do something with the sign a little bit later. Now is not the time. Now, I'll take it just in case. I might have to use it for something, I doubt it, to be honest. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Down here.
Now that is literally the best we can do if we want to give it that kind of entrance, so... Let's see how much we can hide this and what it actually looks like. This is literally the only plant I can use for such a feat. How do you get it from that end? It's not going to really give me what I want, is it? Oh, I see. Yeah, we can still see that, but let me see. Wow, if I was going with the evergreens, that'd definitely go on the inside. Let's see. Oh, it's not going out there at all. That could be a problem. Oh, strangely enough, that works. I wonder, could we get away with these? You know, well, it's not gonna hurt anyway to see what it looks like. Well, that's weird. No, it's not going in. It's not the worst, to be honest. I would have to move it into place, obviously, but it's not the worst. Ah, come on. Rush hour. Yeah. We'll leave them off. It's rush hour at the settlement. This might force me to do a slight redo on the other entrances. I don't mind if it gives me what I'm looking for. That looks good. Now, we can't fit one on the other side, we're dead in the water. That's nice. Apparently we have. Not a bad guess either, let me see. That's about right. That's not a bad look, guys, and it totally hides that little imperfection we had there. Well, there's only one thing we can put in here, and it's a given. This big ugly brute. Now, it doesn't look much now, but during the summer it's got a really nice flower. Ah, hang on. Yeah, this might not go down too well here. Oh, we just get away with it. Oh, I stuck that to the fence. I stuck that to... That's reasonably decent, let me see. Yep, I can live with that. Let's see. That's more like it. Okay, can we squish anything else in here? Yeah, I can live with that. I think this might be a bit much, to be honest. Yeah, I think it might be a bit much. I'm kind of good the way it is. I think that might work. I don't know about torches. I would usually go with torches, but the settlement is under a lot of pressure. I'll put that down as a maybe a little later. Let me see. Personally, I think this is too much, but we could have a look-see. Absolutely not. Yeah, these are fallback guys here, which I would be. Yeah. No, it just highlights the difference in size. That's something we don't want. Yeah, okay. Now, we're okay for lighting that. I think that's good enough until we go with the last layer of decorations. Now, what are we doing with these other guys? Okay. Oh, hang on. Might as well get these done. It's a heartbreaker, this. Oh, sugar. That's totally wrong. I see, I just did a temporary thing here. That's as far as it's gonna... Yeah, it's not bad. I could do with a fraction more on this side, but the tree is kind of holding me. Maybe out a fraction on this end. It's not letting me push over onto the road. It's going to make that side pretty small as well. I could do with moving. I don't think the road is going to let me do it. Maybe if we go down further, will it work? Not a hope. No, it's here, nothing, guys. Yeah, it's here, nothing. No, that's as far as we're gonna get it. Oh well, it kinda looks okay, but see the spacing. Okay. I don't know if we'll get in with that plant. Who knows? We might be just able to stick that one in. Right. Okay. So you can't move the fence like I moved the trees, unfortunately. And this is one large piece. Let's see. Similar to the other one, probably a large gap. My good God. Come on. It's just stupidity. I see now I've got a guess, and that's totally off. Guessing from the side. Some kind of weird physics in this. That's ridiculous. Oh, the road. It's the road. I see. Yeah. It's absolutely the road, guys. Yeah, it's gonna have to be there, I'm afraid. At least we got away with that anyway, so. Goodness for small mercies. Classic, isn't it? No. Oh, there's no way we'll fit a tree on the outside of this, is there? I might have to go with something simple on these gateways. I think I'm just wasting time. Yeah, we're dead. Yeah, it's not happening. They made the road slightly wider on this one. Okay, that's a dead loss. Oh, I will have to change all 4. I think I'll skip this and sort this problem out later. Ideally making it on the outside would be perfect, but there's no way that's going to work. It's a waste of time now, isn't it? What works for one will not work with the other. No, it won't go over the bridge like that. Can't blame it. That's a pity, because this is the problem. Oh, one road in, one road out would have been perfect, but there's a whole crossroad system here. Wasn't 100% on that because of the differences on the side anyway. But if I remove from here, I'll have to remove from everywhere. Not bother with this. I did even consider using this, but I think it's overdoing it. Yeah, I can't see it work. Ah, it wouldn't work on the road anyway. The other one is just as bad. It's literally the same size. Okay, we'll have to ignore that for a while, but yeah, we won't be doing any of these. We'll just be straight in, straight out. That's a pity. Ah, this guy. Suppose we could use some of them now. That's a pity. I spent some time on that. Oh well. Sure, I'll eventually come up with something. What I could probably do is just come straight out and we'll add a torch here on each entrance as the tree goes. That would be about it, really. Ideally, a place anywhere mod and push that guy right up to this. Then I'll have no problems. Alright, not much we can do about that. Oh, our NPCs. Nah, he's still only an 8. Oh, that's classic anyway. It's not a problem. The only plant I can really use on these. So that was a no-brainer. Yeah. Okay. Now we go with these big monstrosities. Let's see how far they push out. Well, they'll fit anyway.
Alright then, keep your secret.
Well, maybe. washing it. But yeah, I don't see a problem with that. And then we go with two of the smaller ones. Almost like we're kind of tapering it down. Yeah. The problem with doing this is the other side is going to look a bit deserted. I don't really have the room here. You could be putting that stuff on that. Let me see. You would be better off, I would say, because of the tree situation here, opening it up a lot more like that. Yeah. There. That would be perfect. Okay, for the plants, anyway, I think we're pretty good. Yeah, that's as far as I want to go. Let's get some sleep and we'll see about the other junk. I need some kind of fence probably from here, but not something like that. Probably the large wicker one. If I can blend it properly. It still need a way in. We could go with a low one, which we're better off doing anyway, because we'll be doing it along here. Most likely. Still got about a minute, but it's too dark for me to see, so we'll just let that timer run down. Would you believe we've only got another hour? But you know, you could be 5-6 hours in this and have very little done, especially after you do your kind of runs. So that's why, you know, setting the season up to 30 days is a must. And you can always, you know, anytime after 3 days, kind of sleep forward to the next. Well, at least I know now that I can't get away with those gates anyway on the front. Even if I get 1, 2 or even 3 in, no matter what way I compromise, I'll be cut by 1. But if I don't use those, I'm okay. When is the new season coming in anyway? Yeah, to be honest, it's better for me to do this in summer when all the plants are blooming, and then I can see, you know, what kind of colours, how it looks. Let's see, did they do their farming? Or shoot forward, and we won't go on the shopping trip. I'll do that later. We can stay here right from the start. Give me a better look at this. Oh, is all the farming done? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Okay. Let's leap forward to another season. You'll see a lot of colour coming on those plants. Yellow, kind of purple, and white. Yeah, I kind of need to see how they look, to be honest. Yeah, seeing as we only have, what, 55 minutes left? We won't go on that shopping trip. I'll do that later when I have some time. We need to get a bit done. Oh, we got that pressy for that other guy. Yeah, I have. We're pretty good. Okay. It's a pity about the gateway. I'm probably come up with something else. all we gotta do is just get the guy to fix up that junk, and we've got the next hour for it. Debts. Yeah. See, that's what happens when you buy all your animals at the same time. They usually always die at the same time. Let's see. Did these guys give us any quests? I wouldn't mind a quest from her. Yeah, we'll just give it one more try. If you spam this a bit, you might get lucky. Yeah, a nice little system in this would be if you could actually change the NPCs' names. That would be fun. I could have fun with that one. But for that, I suppose you're going into modding country. Yeah. Tired. Yeah, we just give it one more try. What's the worst that could happen? Definitely takes a long time to load. One more. Okay, getting too warm. Need to turn this off. Way too warm. There. I think that's what got me a cold, really. Yeah, that kind of heat. But you know, at stages, I need to keep my feet warm for blood circulation. Or warmer. Right. Oh my God. That is a lot of deaths. Now it's all the goats. Every single one of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 goats. A pig and a goose. Oh, it probably needs them out of there anyway. Yeah, we'll sort those guys later. And they still have no quests. And there's not. Oh, there's a challenge at least. You see that? Yeah, that will be something for me to do later. If he's right here, we'll see what he wants at least. Let's see, did he show up here? He did. Okay. Let's see, now that I'm in the settlement here, usually no matter what he wants, I should be able to craft it. This is a busy time in the settlement here. This is one of the major crops coming in all of the orchard. Yeah, there. That's what you see what I mean? White. And then you get that kind of purple. And where's the other guys? It's kind of a yellow.
Alright then.
Yeah. But only in summer. Xbox controller. That's a lot of damaged buildings. I wonder did any of those kids grow up old enough to be an apprentice yet? Let's see. Nah, we're good. But we're pretty close. That's the easiest way of checking, really. Now, let's see what this guy wants. I'll be working on a low fence on that later.
Hello.
Oh, this is not too bad. Royal wedding, you should just pay him off. Done. That was quick. Now, okay. See, that's as far as I can go back with that tree. I might have to chance it on the other side. I can kind of come down with some kind of fencing, I suppose. We'll see. Probably. I definitely can't crowd that out anyway. Okay, the finer details will lead to a little bit later. I'll see if I can do this main drag. I'll have to come to a decision about what I want to do here. Now, I have a bit of leeway with this, unfortunately, with this one here, not so much. So, and the problem is I can't get a straight line either with this stupid thing because it's going in that direction. Okay. First of all, I need this guy central. Let's see if we can roughly get this guy's. Yeah, it's roughly central. Oh, could probably go with 3 if we can line them correctly. Well, can we sneak in another one? I've got some growing outside, so I've got tons of these. If I line them side by side down here, let's see. I like it actually. Let's see. Might get away with this. For some strange reason, no, it won't. Some weirdy angles in this game. Oh, I see. Yeah, I can fit them into place once the fence comes in. That's what we'll be resting on. It won't be in line with the house, but it will kind of create an avenue to road, which I don't know, it might work. Maybe. Seems to be working. Yeah, I could probably live with that. See what it looks like from here. Unbelievable, it's still dark. It's supposed to be summer. Yeah, I could probably get away with that. Yeah, I think we could reasonably get away with that. This one here needs to be pushed on a fraction. What time is it? It's so dark I can't see this properly. If I go with a fully fledged fence, it will cause problems for me. Yeah, I suppose I could go with the gate, but really on the side of a road like this with no farming fields. Speaking of farming fields, it's a little loud, isn't it? Okay, maybe that. One with a low fence. Yeah, we should be reasonably able to get along there, but that's my main issue. My main issue would be, yeah, the Fence will take a while to push in. Going around. Yeah. Maybe. Coming here. We would definitely... Yeah, that would be kind of issue. Let me see. Possible to avoid that kind of hassle. Huh? I think we could just about get away with it. Yeah, probably. I can't say I'm happy with this. I will leave it here for the time being, but I really have no choice. I could go full fencing here, and then full fencing here would make this some kind of yard or something. That might work as well. Maybe. Maybe be dragged into that one for a little bit. But we'll leave that there just to remind me. Now the trees. We even get a start on this section, we'll be lucky. If she had made another entrance on this, it might not be such a hassle. Well, it's definitely low fence here anyway, no matter what way we go. But the problem with bringing in the low fence is once we come around here. Yeah, that would be that would definitely be a problem. I really don't like this, but hang on. Yeah, hang on, I think there might be a way around that. But this we can have the fence look and the NPCs can walk right over it. We don't need any gates. Let's have a look. I'll be taking this out anyway regardless because we need to go around the other curve. Let's see. Yeah, we could probably work with something like that. Maybe. Okay. Now let's see. This is going to be a pain in the backside because I'll tell you why. I don't have... any line to work with. Just move these out of the way for a moment. Right, okay. But how we do these roads is pretty much key here. I don't know how this will turn out. We definitely can't go high on the fencing, not on a roadway. We can't put in any fuels. So let's see. Guess I would need to get it in one piece. And if we make a mistake taking this up, if I'm marking it will take ages, but we'll see. Now, should I just go in here on that? I'm tempted. Probably better off to follow it around. I'll definitely look the part. Ah, Croc. Ah! Got to take out this stupid thing. I don't like the edges how they're ending, to be honest. Now, we get around here, that's not much of an issue. How are we going to blend here? That's definitely my biggest issue. If I stop here, we'll have to push it out well. I suppose I could do a marker, we'll see how far it would run out. But I still don't like the way it blends on that. What if we come on the inside? Maybe. Let's see. I would really have to bury this guy. Okay, what about something like this? I'm sure I could put something there. Let's say we come from let me just mark this out. Well, I need a marker from here anyway. So we'll be going something like so. To be honest, it should be going about there, but there. roughly. Very, very roughly. Ish. Now. Oh, come on. Okay. Not bad. Right, we need to remove this and then that's about as much help as we can get. I can put the wash basin right on this, what I usually do, so it'll be hidden behind. Hi Dungeon Master, thanks for the raid, appreciate it and welcome. And how have you been? Yeah, that's the best I'm gonna get on that guy, I'd say. I hope I'm spot on, even though I'm the tiniest bit off. This is where we'd need a save now, guys. Okay, let's give this a shot. Doing good. Nice, good there. Oh yeah, that's gotta go. Well, I kinda like the line of that, so we'll keep that line as well. Okay. This is the big one. This is a massive part of this. The rest is pretty straightforward. Spend the stream building. Oh, more. Oh, a horrible spot, isn't it? Yeah, it's a horrible spot. Well, out from that island, something island. No, not Spectacle Island. You know the other one on the coast with a large hole. I forget the name of it. That is by far the worst one ever. Spectacle Island is big, but it's got so much bleed on that cell. It's almost impossible to build on that. Coastal Cottage. Horrible. Horrible little place. I actually built, one time... Yeah, I think I might have it on the settlement tours. I built a church and graveyard, which was probably the best thing one could do there. Then I did a kind of ranger station, I think. Yeah, it's awful. But Murkwater would be right up there with it. The best settlements would be even Sunshine Tidings can be a pain because of the ground levels. I'm probably better off building over and up on something like that. I think that's what we did. Try to go from there, yeah. But even if you cover that over, let's say, NPCs will still spawn in. I had a horrible time with that, getting trapped inside. No matter what you build there, the NPCs just love the old terrain. Sometimes they'll glitch out of the game there. Oh, it's dark. Hang on, we can't be doing this in the dark. But after this stream, I'll be off till the weekend again, so I'll probably have this entire area done. I'll fuss over it a lot and eventually come to a decision on what I want. Survival is good, yeah, it makes it fun. Absolutely. You appreciate everything you manage to construct then. Is it still raining? You gotta be kidding me. Now let's see. Depends on how well we can hide this as well. Well, that's in line with the other one, so... yeah, I don't know about that. There, let's see. So you're gonna be very careful. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I should be able to close this in. Are you kidding me? Ah, too far, guys. You see that? See what I'm saying? We'd have to come on the inside of that. That was the only one I was afraid of there. We've got to be able to close that gap in. It doesn't matter, all I have to do is a reload. Just take me a few minutes more. See, I have a plan for this and you'll see it in a moment. It's got to be tight on that. I'd say it's got to be that tight there. Yeah, it wasn't far off. I mean, just a tiny tad. Right, instead of destroying that, we'll just load up. And we should get it on the next one. Now I know exactly where I'm going with it. Well, but just actually kind of work more like curbing really than anything else. We'll just kind of highlight the edges. Something like that we need. With zero problems for the NPCs to walk right over it. Getting more high fences in there and closing it up too much is not a thing. It will look horrible. There's certain areas around the houses, alright, we might be able to do something, but when it comes to that, you know, it's unless we're doing crop fields, that would be the way to go. I might even be able to get a small vegetable gardening in, but I have the smaller maples, the A ones. They're low enough not to be too much of an obstacle, you know, to the other trees. But they're the only ones usable. And we still got about 20 minutes. At least we can see how this will work out. I'm not too bothered about getting the trees in line yet till we see what's happening with this. I'll have to do a redo on the entrances. I'll have to abandon the overhangs, those roofed gateways. Yeah, the road is a little wider than usual. Get 2 in, maybe even 3, but you won't get 4. I'll work something out. I'm doing a silly thing. I can actually start from the other side. No, I can't. No, because I've got to guess it down here. Always a problem. Always a problem. Guys, we're looking at this wrong. If I come out here like I've done, yeah, but then we'd still have to blend it anyway. Yeah, there was a big problem with this. I didn't like its look. Let's say we go around here. Yeah, see, we're kind of hammered. Definitely hammered on that. Oh, we'll have to blend in at some stage. We could actually run it into a tree. But that's not going to work either. Let me see here for one moment. Yeah, I'm still kind of hammered. I'm having second thoughts about this. If it was 2 of these buildings, I could do the same on each end, but this is a problem. I'd definitely be forced to. Yeah, it's here. I'd most likely have to be doing that. It's actually right here. I have to bring it all the way down to here. We're going to match on each side. Let me see. Yeah, okay. God, this rain is killing me. Okay, I think we'd probably work out with that. So we've got... okay. Looks like we're going to have to remeasure this little guy. Yeah, I think I have a better plan. Well, can't be worse anyway. Now that's going to be our next little thing to look out for, but let's get these markers in. This is way better. Should be able to match each side. That's not too bad. 1, 2, 3. And I don't think that's the proper lineup. We'll make sure now. We'll get a proper lineup. I can't be guessing this too much. Yeah, that's a mile off. There. Now all we've got to do is remove that fence, and as long as we get this last piece correct, we should be able to blend that. It's all really done on that, isn't it? Now yeah, it's going to take ages to get it out, but what can we do? Couldn't have picked a worse season. Usually it's no raining like this during the summer, but 2 days in a row. It's kind of ridiculous. And what's about 2 or 3 in a day, is it? Ah, it's only noon, and look at this. Might as well be night. Okay. Let's see if I can get this guy in. At least. But this is by far the hardest piece because I've got to negotiate around those 2 buildings and then blend that last piece in. The rest would not be as complicated. Ooh, this is where make it or break it here now. It's got to be as tight as it can be. That's too far. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, I'm actually going, now that I have the full thing up, I'm going from the other side. Which I should have done. It would be easy starting from here as compared to finishing up here. Because if you mess up, you're pretty much starting it all again. I should have started from there. That was the whole reason of getting the markers in. We've got them all in now, so there's no excuse. Always when you're too tired, you'll miss these things. Easy to line up on the first piece, but ending it and guessing the distance. There's no guessing when we finish on the other end. We're just leading it straight up to a post. No corners to cut. "5 minutes if everything was in line with the fields." We just put down one of those as a marker and we could just run straight through it. Oh, my back. Oh, this today, Wednesday. I think I'll sleep the entire day. No. We do it a sensible way. I've just got one tiny piece to do. The rest should work. As Todd says, it just works. Yeah. And now we're just left with a straight run up to this, which is easy compared to the other one. Get in there. There. That's how it should be done. If I was still awake, I'd realize that. Once I get the other stuff in here, it should all work out. I could put a plant if I want to, but I wonder if I'm looking better with a plant. Probably. Let's see. Definitely worth a look. There they are now. This is one of my little favorites, this guy will. Okay. Yeah, the plants are still around. Oh, the plants. Let me see. They usually do a good job of. Oh yeah. I can do the rest of the little design around that. I think that would work. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Let's give it a shot, what I was saying. Once I get the rest of the junk in here, it will look a lot different, but I really need to do this bordering correctly. This won't stop the NPCs, they'll walk right over it. I'll sort the trees out later. See what I mean? Yeah. Way better look. This we can probably get away with. I have a nice tree I can actually put here later. Maybe even use one of those bigger ones, we'll see. Now let's put this guy back in place. That works. Now from here it'll be quite easy. We'll be doing it another time. I'll be running another one down here and straight up to the gate. This, yeah, probably the same. We'll do it, be running it right up to the end of the house. Probably coming from there if we could. But I can always use that green shrub. That's not bad. That gives us a border we can work on. And I'm just gone over my 6 hours, guys. But yeah, it can take some time when you run into problems like that. I can work out some kind of design from this. I suppose this will be my next project later. I've got the trees here anyway, but let's just see. Oh, how we're here. Yeah, okay, we can use a biggie. Probably prefer one of these. Yeah. Now, what's that? 1, 2, 3. I could probably measure this later. What I might do is bring this up. And, oh, nah, we really don't want to be around that, do we? No, I think that's good. I think we can work with that. Yeah, if push comes to shove, I can probably bring from here and back in and cover maybe. Shouldn't be too hard anyway. Yeah, and we'll do. Okay, let's save this, guys. Now, I will be back for the weekend on Friday and Saturday. I've got some errands run today, and I think I've got medical, a few medical appointments. I think it's tomorrow. Yeah, I'm nearly sure. I'll check again. But I still have a bit of time to do something on this, so I'm hoping by the next time I'm back to have this area here the entire way down, you know, completely finished, decorations, everything. There's a small area on the other side, there's not much to do. Well, I could still take a stream. And then I've already got a good piece of the middle section done, so we'll work on that. And hopefully get out of here as quick as we can. But at the same time I want to do this right, you know. Seeing that I'm not going to be back here again probably ever. So I will just save this. And I could badly do with some sleep. Oh, my pleasure, Jaeger. And thanks for being here. What's the time? Yeah, that's actually the time here. Almost 8 AM. It's time for a rest. There. Now, knowing me, I'll probably modify this a little bit. It wouldn't surprise me if I took this up and I came up with another idea. I'm seriously considering bringing it out to here. That would mean, yeah, well, I've got this up anyway. How hard could it be? Maybe squaring this off a tiny bit might work. Especially now that the tree is actually fitting in. I think I could do something with that. How Where are we running out? Roughly about 1.5 pence. Bring us to about there. Yeah, I think maybe. Yeah, I might actually change this a little bit, but either way I'm hoping to have it done. So that's me done, guys. We'll do the usual, we'll raid some of our friends, and I'll be looking on that one, but I think I'll be asleep within 10 minutes. I am absolutely wrecked. So yeah, I will be back for the weekend, Friday and Saturday together. Surely in those 2 streams will make a huge dent on this, especially if I'm able to do a little bit beforehand. I might concentrate on the really mundane things, the inside decorating I want to do. That is, yeah, it's painful doing it, but it is a large part of getting this done. But yeah, I hope to see you all then on the weekend if you've got the time. So, and you too, Corin, have a good one. Thanks for being here. So goodbye, Corin, Jaeger, Dungeon Master, and thanks again for that raid. And thanks for the follows as well tonight, guys. Dungeon Master, Semak, of course. Voltron, thanks for lurking. Occasion, Captain Gold, and thanks again for that follow. And of course Wolf. Thanks for hanging out, Wolf. Let's see what else is here. And that's everyone I can read here from chat. And of course to Hufflepuff and Terry. And of course Tigger and Randy if you were watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. I probably missed a few, so if I have, my apologies to whomever I might have missed again. Thanks again for watching, everyone. So yeah, that's me done. We'll go straight into this raid. I will be back on the weekend and hopefully have, you know, a bit of this done, you know, when I come back. Depends on, you know, how many appointments and stuff. I hope they don't keep me in anyway during tomorrow or the next day. Probably won't. Yeah, I think it's just some routine stuff. But there we go. Yeah, getting there. So, okay, let's do this raid, guys. Yeah, it's the usual. When I raid, you'll get that Xbox symbol for a moment while I'm searching for someone. It's kind of slow since they, you know, switched it over to console before when you were raiding from Twitch. Well, there was a couple of more buttons you could push, but it was a lot smoother. Here, it's a bit sluggish. Yeah, it's all because of their app on Xbox. It's not the greatest. So, okay, let's do this raid. And again, thanks for being here, and I hope you have a great day. So, let's see who's out there.